Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
Boxingvoice.com. We don't fight for rings and stuff like that. I don't fear anyone.
En este deporte no se viene a jugar y no le tengo miedo a nadie.
You don't come to play in this sport. I fear no one in this sport.
Does that mean that you will fight Triple G later this year?
Como lo dije en la pelea pasada, ahorita mismo me vuelvo a poner los guantes.
As I said in the last fight, right now I'll put on the gloves again.
¡Viva México!
Canelo wants to unify all the titles.
When did you realize, Andy, that you could take his power?
Because of the Mexican warrior that I am, I got that Mexican blood in me. So, talking about the Mexican style, I just proved it.
Boxingvoice.com.
Ain't no other fight in the game can see the box.
Hey daddy,
You fight with nobody.
this a dollar beat. This a dollar beat.
Boxingvoice.com.
You won the belt with
Hey
nobody.
daddy,
Boxingvoice.com.
this a dollar beat.
You never gonna get the fight, man. You're a horrible fighter. Payday,
Boxingvoice.com.
payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look at this guy. There's a plan to
Boxingvoice.com.
go for the belt, and I'm coming, man. I'm coming, my friend. Get the fuck out of here, man. Please, get the fuck out of here, man.
Boxingvoice.com.
Because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
Boxingvoice.com.
What up, what up, what up, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, God is always good. God is always good, man, and we have to give thanks. So I'm giving thanks not only to the big man upstairs, but to all of you out there, hoping that you have a great day, get to work, or do whatever it is that you have on your agenda today in a successful and productive way. Let's enjoy this day. We got some boxing talk for you. Actually, I think this is a fantastic topic. Canelo Alvarez versus Jermall Charlo, a 50-50 fight according to the superstar talent Jaron Ennis. So we conducted a poll here on our live morning show right here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. This will be uploaded around the world on iTunes and iHeart and Spotify and TuneIn and Stitcher once the live show is done. But you can catch it live right here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice or on blogtalkradio.com/The Boxing Voice, or to my trusty Skype call members in the back call catching it live. Man, we're talking about Ennis's opinion, his opinion over this alleged 50-50 fight. So we have audio for this, crediting Fight Hype and Ra from Philadelphia, who conducted the interview with Jaron Ennis, who was, I believe, at hand in the Gary Russell fight. So I'll fade out our background music and I'll get right into the audio. Once again, credit FightHype.com. Shout out Ben Thompson.
Another fight that everyone's clamoring about right now is a rumor out there that Charlo is going to be fighting Canelo. What do you think about that fight?
A little hard to hear. Obviously, they're in a live fight. But for those that can't clearly hear it, he said another fight that people are out there clamoring about is Charlo versus Canelo.
I like that fight. That's a great fight. I want to see it.
He likes that fight. It's a great fight, and he wants to see it, is what he said. Hopefully you can hear this. It's not like you can tell me live whether or not you can hear it, so I just want to make sure to repeat what he says.
Who do you think could pull that off?
I'm not sure. I think that'd be a tough fight for both guys. I think it'd be a 50-50 fight.
He said he think it'd be a tough fight for both guys. He thinks it'd be a 50-50 fight. So I think that's what has a lot of people taken back, because Ennis, as good as he is, you know, he's got to see something like Mikey did with Earl to believe that Charlo, who would be moving up and is less experienced than Canelo, would be in a 50-50 fight. But again, this is what the show is about. You know, maybe you guys feel the same. Maybe you can explain to me why it's a 50-50 fight. And I don't know, does Jaron explain his stance?
Even though Charlo's coming up to fight him?
Charlo, he kind of big though, so I want. And yeah, I remember Canelo came up in weight too, so it's kind of like even. Yeah.
How about Shakur asking?
So, you know, in terms of Canelo already being at the weight, he feels like same thing that Charlo feels, right? What did Charlo say? The biggest super middleweight in the world. So Ennis feels like, no, Charlo's kind of big. Plus, Canelo's not like he started at a higher weight. He's actually a guy moving up himself. So, you know, Ennis doesn't see it as, you know, this big disadvantage for, you know, Charlo. And that's why he believes that it's 50-50. I don't know that I believe that. You know, Canelo's been beating champions. You know, it's just a little bit different than what Charlo has been doing. But again, it doesn't mean that Charlo isn't on that level. It just means that, you know, he has to show us that he's on that level. Canelo's already proven that. But I wanted to run with this topic. It was pretty dry. It was either this or, you know, Anthony Joshua and, you know, the alleged accepting or about to accept step-aside money. So, and obviously we could have continued with the Gary Russell and whether or not it was a conspiracy against him. And I feel like, look, you know, if that's what you want to call in and talk about any of these three topics, so be it. You know, I just didn't know that we should beat a dead horse. Like yesterday, we already told you that Anthony Joshua and the rumors of the alleged 15 million pounds seemed to be more and more true as Garth Davis came out and had a lot to say about it. Now, this morning, you know, the manager of Usyk says he's been in negotiations with Fury for I don't know how many months. So, you know, it's looking, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire is all I can say. But again, if you want to touch on that, all good. You still want to touch on, you know, the fact that some people believe Gary was pushed out and didn't lose, that it was more about politics, then, you know, you can do that as well. And if you want to touch on what we are discussing or what we, you know, led with as the main topic, Canelo and Charlo, do you believe it's a 50-50 fight? Is Ennis, I don't know, trolling maybe? Or does he really believe what he's saying? Is it like a Mikey Garcia thing where he sees the skills of Charlo and he can put them up against a Canelo and see the, I guess, outcome in his mind? I don't know. Again, I like the fact that Canelo's been fighting champions and beating them pretty consistently, you know, versus not doing that. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what you guys think when it comes to this particular topic. And the fact that Ennis is the one that believes it's a 50-50 fight, which I don't know if many people taken that stance yet in the public. I could be wrong, you know. But also want to remind everybody to sign up to the Patreon page at patreon.com/The Boxing Voice. You already know we had I had the 11-day theory like Machiavelli's, but I'm back and pumping out more content than ever. I'm gonna be taking a trip to see Jose Benavidez. Jose Benavidez Sr., my good friend. His son David Benavidez. I'll be checking out Jose Venezuela, and which is obviously Rayo, the guy that allegedly dropped Teofimo Lopez. And then I'll get to see the young prospect Diego Pacheco and size him up, man. See how tall he really is. But I have right now Jose Benavidez Sr. Ask a question if you want to ask him any questions whatsoever, directly from yourself to the trainer and father of David. You can by signing up to our Patreon. I also have one for Jose Venezuela, and I'm literally, as we speak, working in the background to continue to make the other ones because I got to do David. We'll be sitting down with David and getting some fantastic content. Not only would I be getting point and shoot content for the YouTube, and obviously for those that don't know what point and shoot term is, it's something I've created, but I'm sure other people say it. I think Enrique created it in an argument with me. I like point and shoot, which is, get in front of the camera, or rather put your subject in front of the camera and go straight to work. Ask the questions that the people want, get that shit uploaded to YouTube, and let them enjoy it. Enrique likes to create movies, obviously coming from a, television and movie background. I understand that, but I know that, you got to feed the beast if you want to succeed. And that's what we're doing. We're hitting the road yet again. And, TBV road trip, baby. We're going to go see David, the number one super middleweight in the WBC. It's rumored that he should have a fight with David Lemieux, of all people, who's highly ranked in many of the sanctioning bodies. So this is basically my questions and answers series where you can get to ask a question to any of the fighters that I'm interviewing. This one will be slightly more intimate than the interviews we do, obviously, on the phone, because I'll be spending some time with them in a remote location. They've relocated their camp, so it's about to go down, baby. It's about to go down. I land Thursday, I believe, So, yeah, man, if you want to ask David Benavidez a question, then you know where to go. Patreon.com/The Boxing Voice. And let me just double check here before I continue on with some other stuff. All right, we got Jose, the father, Rayo, the up-and-coming 11-0, 7 KO lightweight. And then we have David Benavidez, the number one WBC-ranked super middleweight, and Diego Pacheco. That's the one I didn't do. The very, very tall Diego Pacheco, signed to Matchroom and just recently changed trainers to Jose Benavidez Sr. And, we'll see how that unfolds. But this will be my first time getting some, one-on-one time with Diego. I've seen him at press conferences and stuff like that, but we have 0 relationship. So this will be good, to put a face to the voice. Him for me, obviously, and for me to get to know him on a personal level. He's also in camp with the Benavidez's, so he's taking it serious, and it's a great thing for him because he's so tall. I'm gonna pull up his box rec in a minute once I get finished with his post, but he's so tall that if David is a good guy, right? If David is an experienced guy, he can give him some sparring without breaking his ribs, He can work with the young guy, but it would be good for him too because, David is very experienced. He's been sparring with elite level guys when he was a teenager. So, this is a good thing for Pacheco. Even if he can get Jose Jr., who isn't in camp, unfortunately. I was kind of hoping he was going to be, but I don't know if he pops up. But, for Diego, this is some good work. You get to train alongside, a former two-time champion, a very hungry Jose Venezuela, who has high aspirations as he's still talking about Teofimo. So it's kind of like that Eddie Reynoso camp. Obviously, those guys, a lot of them have been champions or are champions. Andy having been a unified champ, Canelo being a champ, Oscar Valdez being a champ, Ryan allegedly on the cusp of being a champ. And there's rumors, right, that Virgil went over there. Has that happened yet? I haven't seen anything officially. But there are rumors. But yeah, once again, I'll be taking a trip to see David Benavidez, his father Jose Benavidez, Jose Venezuela, and Diego Pacheco. So if you want to ask any of them any personal questions directly to them, I will get it done. Go ahead and join that Patreon, and let's get it popping. Also, don't forget Untitled today at 7 p.m. The post is out if you want to ask any questions for Untitled as well. Once again, we're talking Canelo versus Charlo, and whether or not this fight is a 50-50 fight. According to the superstar talent Jaron Boots, it is a 50-50 fight. I'll play that audio once again courtesy of Fight Hype and Ben Thompson and Ra from Philadelphia.
Another fight that everyone's clamoring about right now is a rumor out there that Charlo is going to be fighting Canelo. What do you think about that fight?
I like that fight. That's a great fight. I want to see it.
Who do you think could pull that off?
I'm not sure. I think that'd be a tough fight for both guys. I think it'd be a 50-50 fight.
Even though Charlo's coming up to fight him?
Charlo, he kind of big though. So I want. And yeah, I remember Canelo came up in weight too, so it's kind of like even.
He kind of makes it make sense, man. But again, that's just not factoring in the experience of Canelo. Sorry for the dead air. No co-host at the moment, so I had to reply to some messages. As you know, they're always coming in. But yeah, man, that was the superstar talent, Jaron Ennis, believing it's a 50-50 fight. I don't think he's the first person to believe such a thing. I just, it always hits different, I feel like, when it's a fighter, because they know, so it either makes you wonder whether he's trolling, does he have a point, does he see something, all those good things, right? So it definitely makes you think, because for me, I still, look, I thought Plant would not be knocked out. I really did. Canelo continues to show that this power is legitimately real. Like, for those of you that didn't believe it was real when he knocked out Kovalev, or for anybody who didn't believe it was real because he couldn't knock out Smith, right? Smith didn't get knocked out, but he did leave with a busted bicep. So there were obviously some of us, like myself, that thought maybe, I don't even think I thought he could stop Billy. Like, and he broke his face. So I don't know, man. I mean, Charlo's not breaking Montiel's face. He didn't break Dennis Hogan's face. Like, he didn't break lesser men's face. So I don't see how it's 50-50. Obviously, that's all right. You know, I could be made into a believer. You know, I can be made into a believer. I don't have to believe that it is a 50-50 fight. He can prove it to me. That's what he got in this sport to do, to prove that he is the best. So, you know, that's what I'll wait for, because I find it hard to believe that he will be able to stop Canelo Alvarez. And Canelo's made me a believer, on the other hand, where two people who I thought were slick, two people who I thought moved better than Charlo. Charlo is not the mover of a Billy Joe or a Keller Plant. We can all agree on that. So, you know, Canelo was able to catch up to those guys that were supposed to be able to stay away. So, again, I was made into a believer. You know, I get it with Ennis, but I don't see it as a 50-50 fight. And that's nothing, you know, not an indictment on Charlo at all. It's just one guy's been doing more and showing us levels. So, you know, I don't know. I'm just riding with what's been working and surprising me, right? Because it's not only, you know, I'm like, yeah, he'll get the win. It'll be a decision. He'll go 12. This guy can at least go 12. He's a southpaw. He's slick. Yeah, right. That didn't work. You know, oh, well, this guy's slick for real. He got soul. You know, he spars all these great guys. That didn't work. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Jaron saying it's 50-50 is great for TV. It's great for headlines. It's great for me as a content creator, but I don't know that it's legitimately the real deal thing to believe here. That being said, I've already put the links for Jose Sr., David Benavidez, and I believe Diego Pacheco in the live chat for anybody that was looking for them. They're in our live chat right here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice Plus. If you follow us on Twitter, it is on our Twitter page and on our Facebook page. So don't forget to sign up to patreon.com/The Boxing Voice to ask all these great fighters a question as we make the journey to their training camp in a secluded, remote, amazing location. I've never even been to where I'm going, so it's a treat all together. But we got some super chats I need to get to. Shout out to everyone that continues to rock out with TBV, the Boxing Voice, voice of the people. You already know. The number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 one time. Voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. Now, again, you can call in if you want to talk Canelo versus Charlo and whether or not it's a 50-50 fight. According to Ennis, it is. Jaron Boots Ennis, that is. Now, you can also call if you feel like talking about this Anthony Joshua acceptance step aside money that more and more people are coming out saying that it's true. You're more than welcome to. And if you feel like it's still a conspiracy against Gary Russell and you have to get it off your chest and say how you thought the powers that be took that belt from him, so be it. We got, looks like Zeke Carr. Canelo moved up and got acclimated. Charlo's introduction to 168 gonna be Canelo? Laugh out loud, he says. His guarantee is gonna move up too, though. Prayers emoji. I mean, I guess you mean his guarantee, like upfront money guarantee? I guess. Guys, I'm happy to report I'm still staying away from sugar and creamer. And my coffee's black. I've never done black coffee. But I guess you begin to find a way to love it. Let me see here. We got Fred Robinson. Shout out to Fred. Good morning, Fred. Always rocking out with us. He says, Charlo will shake up the world if given the opportunity. 100 emoji. Uh-oh. Another guy that believes it's a 50-50 fight. Or dare I say 60-40, since he thinks Charlo will shake up the world. Shout out to Fred Robinson. We got Dago. What up? In the 619. Salute Ness. Mark beat Gary, in my opinion. Mark landed the better shots. Even though he was missing a lot, he still outlanded Gary. And Canelo Charlo is 55-45. You know, I rearranged all my sound bites, so I don't know. Oh, here it goes. Yeah, I don't know about that 55-45. I mean, dude, I get it. You know, fighter A beating fighter C, Dominican beat B, but like, do we see a world? Is there some sort of galaxy that I don't know about that, you know, another Canelo and Charlo exists? They're doppelgangers and fucking, and Canelo would not run through Montiel. Canelo would not destroy Korobov. Like, we're talking about some crazy shit here about, you know, people that have never been on this elite level. Like, if Montiel gave you problems, like swollen face problems, you know what I mean? Like, those were problems. You know, what is going to happen? And again, if Montiel swelled your face, Canelo will break your face. That's that 50 Cent line. But yeah, come on, guys. If Montiel can swell your eye, let me pull that up. I think that's what it is. I think you guys need to be reminded of what it looked like, right? Maybe that's what it is. Let's see if we can pull up Charlo and Montiel. All right, there we go. A whole 785 posts on it. Isn't that insane? And that hashtag really doesn't pull up the Montiel stuff. Okay, we got a highlight here. I don't want to play that. I need some still shots. Still shots. All right. I'm going to have to screen share with you guys, show you what they got. This is under the hashtag Charlo versus Montiel. So the weigh-in, this is definitely the weigh-in pick, but that's not, we need fight night. And that's it. I think that's it. This is sad. This is sad. So all we really got is this highlight, because this is not Montiel. This is Hogan right here. Yep, definitely Hogan. So I don't know. And then we got, here we go, some stills. Who's this from? Hopefully it's Trap. Nope, not Trap. Nice shot there to the button on the nose, huh? None of these show Charlo's face swollen, though, so, you know, it makes me look like, aha! Aha! And there you can see how swollen that eye just really is. And again, look at Montiel's left hand, not Canelo's left hook. If this were Canelo, that eye would be a lot more destroyed. Let's tell the truth here. You guys are tripping, but it's okay. It's okay. Let the fight happen. Make sure you use the code BETTBV on mybookie.ag. when you betting against me and you betting with Charlo, but just still use the code. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to win if Charlo wins, and this way I win regardless. But, you know, he ain't going to win. It would be funny, though, if he does win, right? Because then it'll be like this whole trilogy. It sets up like a trilogy rematch kind of thing for Canelo. But, yeah, I don't know. That would be very difficult to see. You know, Charlo struggled even with Brandon Adams. Had some decent rounds and some success, man. Canelo is none of those dudes. That's what I just don't get how people assess these fights. For real. I stopped a long time ago picking with the heart. I don't know about how long ago it was, but it definitely I got learned in 2021. You know, those Wilder fights burnt me. The Pacquiao Thurman that destroyed me. You know, a lot of shit. You know. Fred Robinson says, "Of course, Canelo shows us more because nobody ducks Canelo. Charlo can't get champs to fight him." Yeah, but so what's the pass you giving them for, you know, not? What's the pass you giving them for struggling with non-champs? You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's struggling with non-champs. We got James Benitez on the check-in and says, would Charlo 5 opponents beat any of Nelo's? I mean, but when you say 5, do you mean last 5 or do you mean best 5? That's what you gotta let me know. Because if we go to his resume, are we looking for his best 5 opponents that he beat? Or are we looking for his last 5 opponents that he beat? Because if it's his last 5, we got Juan Montiel, we got Sergey Derevyanchenko, Dennis Hogan, Brandon Adams, and Matty Korobov. Yeah, Steve. That's a slang. That's not good English. It's slang, but you're saying good England because it was England that learned me. And you're right. Fury taught me a lesson. He taught me a lesson, you know. But that's part of boxing, man. I mean, it happens in every other sport. You know, you're rooting for the Eagles and they lose to the Chicago Bulls. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Nah, I know. I'm not that crazy. I know that's basketball and football. I'm just fucking around. Yo, we got Mr. Steal Your Chin. He says, Tank soundbite for B-More to start my morning off. Charlo beat Montiel easy. He also stood in the pocket with Montiel. He won't do that with Canelo, but that's the point. How you beat someone easy, but your face look like that? But you right. You absolutely right. Tank soundbite.
And when you in the trenches, you know, it's cool to shoot them bullets. How you gonna defend yourself when them bullets coming back?
And that's what I'm telling you, Charlo fanboys. It's cool that he shot them bullets versus these nobodies. You're nobody till somebody kills you. Okay, so he about to get in the ring with a somebody now. You know? And it's cool. Oh, it's cool to look good with your jab that everybody talk about. Oh, he got the best jab in the bit. It's cool when you ain't got the skill of Canelo who could slip that jab and destroy destroy you with a left hook to the body. That's what they practice over there. You see the shit all the time on Team Canelo's Instagram. They literally throwing a little pool noodle at you, making you slip to the body. All of them doing it. So I'm just saying, champ. He got to prove it. And that's okay. Look, I was against Mikey and still lost Earl as a fan. I knew there was no way, no how Mikey could beat Earl. No way, no how. But there was what? 48,000 people that showed up anyway, 345,000 people that bought it anyway, because people believe. They want to believe. And I got to be made a believer. But you know the number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1. Oh my God. And this is exactly why I didn't do the AJ show. Look, AJ done came out and reports that the reports are bullshit, that he ain't accepting no step aside. I think this is an attempt to hype that fight up. Nobody cares about Usyk AJ, so they gotta hype it up. And you know, by threatening that the possibility of him stepping aside, it puts interest. Like, oh shit, is he really stepping aside? Is he really mentally weak? But I knew that shit was gonna be fake. Look, he already came out. Let me see if this is a video or is it just a picture of him saying this shit. Oh yeah, it is a video. Why does video? I don't know. Is this video old or new? He looking a little chubby right here. I'm just saying. To
get this information from.
So this is credit. It looks like, no, that's not Betfred. Credit Boxing Social, who has this clip.
What's bad about all these interviews I see? I see certain interviews that quote what I said. I think to myself, I ain't done no interviews. Where did this person get this information from? I'm hearing people saying AJ accepts 15 million to step aside. I ain't signed no contract. I ain't seen
Knew that was bullshit, man.
Contract. So as it stands, stop listening to the bullshit until it comes from me.
But he says, I haven't signed no contract. I haven't seen no contract, which means it doesn't mean that if they present it to him, he won't take it, though. That's just the bottom line. Like, I don't know how true it is, though, right? But, you know, it is what it is. What am I screen sharing here? Okay, I'm still screen sharing this box, right? So yeah, man.
I'm the man in control of my destiny. I'm the man that handles my business. I'm a smart individual and I make calculated decisions every step of the way. Don't listen to the bullshit from other sources. If I tell you something, then you know it's real.
Don't sound like he accepting step aside money with that lad, but he did say I'm the man in control of my own destiny. So when that contract come, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know who said Canelo struggled with Jacobs. Canelo looked at like Neo in the Matrix at Jacobs. Like, we got to stop lying to ourselves for real. Big Fish Vega, are you alive, champ? Man, I went to you like 8 times yesterday, bro. I hope everything is good with you, man. I want to hear that they abducted you. We got B-Dog with a super chat who says, Charlo versus Canelo is BS. 2, though, not happening. I don't know about that. I mean, Don King Productions does happen in 5 days. So there are Canelo options out there, not named Charlo, but this is the sexiest option. And if you choose this option, you're giving Benavidez time to grow as well. You know, if the rumor is true and he's fighting Lemieux, Lemieux's been on pay-per-view. He's a common opponent with Gennady. I don't know. I can't really think of anything sexy that he's been involved in other than that. But I guess that the hope would be that Lemieux helps build Benavidez a little more. I don't know if that is the case, but, you know, you got to assume that's what they're shooting for. I mean, I hope we get this fight because what are you going to do, right? I mean, he doesn't have many lucrative options, interesting options. Like, I think that there would be a certain intrigue for him moving up the cruiserweight, but he also would be eliminating the Charlo and Earl Spence options by moving too far away from those gentlemen, and if you're a businessman, he has to believe that the Earl and the Charlo fight are simpler in some ways than the Bivol and, I don't know, Betterby fight. Or Makabu, who's a cruiserweight and a puncher. I don't know. People automatically think that that's like some cherry. And I don't understand why when, dude's a puncher at that weight. Tony Bellew beat him. And I know people are like, well, Canelo is obviously better than Bellew. But again, Bellew started his career, I believe, at 168. Canelo started his career at 140. So Bellew can fill into the division a little bit better and take those punches a little bit better. But we all seen what happened to Bellew in the Usyk fight. Even though he had success early, even though he did look good, he had a little rally. Shout out to Bellew. But I don't know, man. Weight classes matter. Weight classes matter. So doubling back, making sure I didn't miss nothing. I think Fred Robinson says I did. He says, of course, Canelo shows much more. I did that one. Fred Robinson said, it's not like we haven't seen Canelo struggle. Let's not forget he has a loss and 2 draws and some questionable decisions. I mean, what are we talking about here, though? Like, a loss how many years ago? And questionable decisions how many years ago? Like, I mean, there's been a longer consistency for Canelo looking good than there has for Charlo. So, questionable decision. Definitely not the second Gennady fight. So we're talking about the first Gennady fight. So technically you talking about 5 years ago. Then you're talking about loss. You're talking to Mayweather, which is, we're in 2022. So what is that? 9 years ago? And if you want to continue on the questionable decisions, you would be talking about Laura, which was 8 years ago. So I'm just saying, when it's put into context, it doesn't look or sound anywhere as bad as you want to present it. This is just the truth. It's been many, many years since Canelo has looked bad, I think it's time we stop it. Really, though. So, I just want to go ahead and screen share this, right? So again, we would be considering the struggle in the Gennady first fight, right? Which is this one, 2017, where he got the draw. And the loss would be Mayweather Jr., 2013. So, I mean, when we go into Charlo's resume, on the other hand, he just struggled with Montiel. He looked good with Derevyanchenko. I would say he looked decent with Dennis Hogan. The Adams fight was fishy. The Korobov fight was fishy. And those are all of recent, right? We're talking 18, we're talking 19, we're talking 2021, And his biggest win is Austin Trout, which was 2016. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I guess pa lo gusto, se hicieron los colores, which translates to something like to each his own, to each his own. Everybody, for everyone, there's someone out there that loves you. That's just the bottom line. We all got somebody that loves us, and obviously Charlo has those fans. I mean, but it's time to prove it. You know, if you're watching this on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, you can see this beautiful tattoo on the chest of Charlo. You know, he's got this amazing physique. He's in phenomenal shape, and it says "Heart of a Lion." That's what I'm gonna need to see. I'm gonna need to see him stand his ground, a la Gary Russell, and really sit on his punches and hit Canelo with some shit the way Gennady did. You know, unfortunately for Gennady, Canelo just rolled with that shit like, I'm right here. Let's fucking dance. But we'll see what Charlo can do. You know, we'll see what Charlo can do. I don't know. Just after the Billy Joe and the Plant fights, it's like, I don't know. It made the Charlo fight that much less competitive in my eyes, you know, because I think that those two men do a lot well, and that didn't work. You know, but we do have a poll. Let's check our poll. Canelo versus Charlo, a 50-50 fight? Is Ennis right? Yes, it's a 50-50 fight. 27% of the public believe, 28% of the public, it just moved. 28% of the public believes it's a 50-50 fight. No, it's not a 50-50 fight. 35% of the public believe that. 33% also believe that Ennis is tripping by calling this a 50-50 fight. And 4% believe Ennis sees something. Kind of like Mikey Garcia. He sees something in the Charlo-Canelo fight that I guess makes it a 50-50 fight. If you want to vote, head on over to youtube.com/The Boxing Voice and make a vote on our live poll right here. Don't forget to hit that YouTube thumbs up button when you get here because it's going to help with the visibility of the show. I need your help to crack the algorithm. We want to smash that thumbs up button and send a signal straight to YouTube, letting them know that people love this show and that they need to put it in the eyes of other boxing fans. So we could get some more callers in here that want to talk some boxing with us. We could get some more, you know, back call members and YouTube members and, you know, just live chatters that can interact on a daily basis. Because obviously we talk boxing every single day, 7 days a week, multiple times a day, you know. And you know, for those that don't know, I will be going to see David Benavidez, the darling of the 168-pound division. I'm also going to check out his whole camp. Jose Benavidez Sr. will be in the building. Jose Venezuela, a.k.a. Rayo, the one who allegedly dropped Teofimo in sparring, will be in the building. And the latest, what do you call it? The latest addition, Diego Pacheco, who we never looked up, right? We needed to look him up so I can tell you how tall he is. Homeboy is very, 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 very tall. So I'll pull that up in a bit. And looks like we got some callers. I will get to you in unos segundos. Listos pelos chingazos. Yo, Plant, man, I love that. For people to act like that was all Canelo, they wildin'. You know, Plant did his thing in that. He really, really did his thing in helping to drive pay-per-view buys. I hope that never goes underappreciated. He went all out for that fight.
Payday. You want payday. I know that.
He really did. You know, I know you guys didn't care about the smack, but that drove pay-per-view buys. The believable speech, that drove pay-per-view buys. Man, I can imagine how many people, you know, he got with this.
All of you who tell me what I can't do and blah, blah, blah bullshit, a lot of you live believable lives, and you've accomplished believable things.
And obviously there's more. Go find it. I don't know. How do you pronounce your username? It's like CLMZY guy. All right. But he says, shout out to Ness getting the radio and interview. Homeboy is nice with the Mexican flag and the glove emoji. Shout out to you, homie, for recognizing it. But head on over to the Patreon page, sign up, and drop him a question. And we will ask it to him directly coming from you, you know. So it'll be like whatever your name is said. Shout out to James Valdez, already dropped the question for Rayo. And I am dropping the link for Rayo in the live chat. But in the meantime, we're going to jump out to what could be Seattle. And this is, uh-oh. Is this really a new caller? Well, would you look at that? We do have ourselves a new caller in Seattle, or someone changed their number. But nonetheless, we will be finding out momentarily as I am making sure I got the number down for future references. All right. We haven't played this in a while, right? Let's see, can I find that? Shit. I was supposed to, now that I said, let's see, can I find that? I just realized the producer sent me a new intro I didn't play. I'm telling you, it's hard. It's hard, you know, doing it all on your own. It's not easy. But let me see. I think it should be, where are you? Main soundboard. Where's the caller? What is it? It's called the first time caller intro. Where is that? And the reason, again, here it goes. I changed colors and I changed the board. I try to organize everything, so it's going to take some time to get used to the new way. I was used to the clutter.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
What up, Seattle? Who's this?
Joseph King. What's happening?
Joseph King. Buenos dias, my friend. How are you?
Man, good. First off, man, congratulations, man. It seems like you've been blowing up lately, man.
Well, appreciate it, man. From your lips to God's ears, man. How are things going for you in Seattle? Is it as rainy as people say?
Yeah, it is as rainy as people say, but I don't know. Seattle ain't been in the same. It ain't been the same for a long time. I don't even recognize my own city. But let's get back to this. We got to get to this Canelo and Charlo thing, man. So you saying Canelo's been proven what? What is Canelo? I want to know what.
All right.
Canelo's
Well, technically, he's been proven that he can beat current champions.
Okay, so you don't think it's odd that I can't cuss on your thing. You don't think it's odd that he only wanted to unify and all that, you know what I'm saying, when he gets to the weaker divisions, when he gets to divisions that, you know what I'm saying, the fighters ain't that good in? You was bringing up Billy Joe. Tell me, what has Billy Joe done? Billy Joe is trash.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Billy Joe jumped on the scene. Billy Joe jumped on the scene for fighting a UK fighter.
Okay. But don't forget that Chris Eubank was gonna fight Charlo on Showtime, and that would have been his biggest fight, and Billy Joe beat him 12 years ago, maybe? 7, 8, 9 years ago?
Chris Eubank is trash too.
I mean, it would have still been Charlo's biggest
Eubank,
name.
Look. I like Eubank Jr. You know what I'm saying? I like him. He's a good fighter, but there's a difference from okay fighters and elite fighters. These are okay fighters that you're talking about right now. You know what I'm saying? Billy Joe hasn't done nothing. I don't know if you remember, he stayed away from the American fighters. All them UK fighters try to fight each other and stay away from the American fighters. You know what I'm saying? But I'll give a shout out to Kell Brook, though. You know, he came over there and got one against Sean Porter. But then you seen when we put him in there.
I don't know if you don't know But Billy Joe signed to fight Gennady for $4 million in Kazakhstan, of all places. Gennady pulled out of the fight.
No, I do.
Okay. Okay, so what are we talking about? We can't try to make Billy be some punk. Like, he wanted the smoke.
No, I'm saying he's not a good fighter.
You tripping?
Out of all of Canelo's fights, I'll give him credit for Mayweather. I'll give him credit for Lore. You know what I'm saying? I give him credit for Triple G, definitely. I thought he won both fights. You know what I'm saying? I give him mad credit for that. And then I give him credit, kind of shaky, but I'll give him credit for Daniel Jacobs.
Kind of shaky. You tripping? Meanwhile, we would have paid. Meanwhile, we would have paid pay-per-view for Charlo fucking Jacobs, and they still ain't give us that. Come on, man.
Hold on. No. I'm saying he had the option. Why would you choose the nigga that got losses, been knocked out before, instead of fighting Charlo and them?
When?
There's a reason. What do you mean? 154, 160. He had plenty of chances to fight Charlo. I promise you. There's a reason why fighters fight some people last.
Why is it that Canelo ducked Charlo and went on to be undisputed and unified every division he been at except 75?
Undisputed where?
Every division
where? He went to
every division he been at except 75, and Charlo's done what exactly?
So was he undisputed at 160?
I gotta get to other callers, bruh. But there's a thing called the counter punch where you can send a $5 super chat or a $5 cash app to Ness GTO, and that's NESGTO, and we'll bring you right back. But you're gonna have to communicate that. I mean, obviously, if I see the cash app, I'll know. Just put it in the cash app that this is Joseph. That being said, you could do Joseph CP or anybody, whatever your name is. But I mean, we tripping right now, man. Like, we defending Charlo so hard. Oh, he ducked him at 54. So okay, so when Canelo moved up, why didn't Charlo unify at 54? Okay, so then he moved up to 60. Canelo unified that division 2 times, right? He beat Gennady and had all the belts. Then he beat Jacobs to unify again with the IBF. So what happened with Charlo? What happened? Why he didn't unify? Again, Canelo moved up. You know, y'all gonna keep saying, oh, nobody want to fight Charlo. Like, how long can we sing this song? Nobody wants to fight Charlo? Because I hear Andre calling him out. I know Eubank wanted to smoke. Like, how long, man? Like, one dude is unifying. You think that division was weak? You don't care that he undisputed? Cool. You know, let's do double standards. Let's not act like when Crawford undisputed, his division wasn't weak. Edward Chernowski, Julius Ndongo, vacant title Delorme. No, that wasn't weak. Let's not act like that was weak. No. Let's just criticize Canelo. He was on the Euro tour. Okay. Meanwhile, Bernard Hopkins and Roy Jones lost to a Euro guy in Kawasaki. Like, come on, man. Let's just stop the BS, bro. It's so funny. Like, it's easy if you just let their achievements speak for them. Let their achievements speak for them. Like, I mean, it's really simple. We ain't got to make it all this difficult. It's simple, man. But anyway, moving on. What we got? So Benitez said about the 5 opponents, right? So I think he cleared it up. And Charlo's best 5 last opponents. Best, okay, Derevyanchenko. Best would be Julian Williams. Best would be Austin Trout. And best would have to be K9 Bunridge, as he's the only other former champion on his resume. So we talking about Bunridge, Trout, Julian, Derevyanchenko. I would have to throw Korobov in it. Like, if I'm going to pick a street fight and I'm going to bring dudes to fight with me, it's going to have to be Derevyanchenko, Matt Korobov, Julian Williams, Austin Trout, Kenan Bundras. That's the 5 right there. So your super chat was Charlo's last 5 opponents. Can they beat any of Canelo's opponents? I mean, Derevyanchenko would beat Yildirim, even though Yildirim is a lot bigger than him, right? Yildirim's never been a 54-pounder. But Yildirim got knocked the fuck out to Eubank. But Eubank was the one that did the best, too. No one's ever beat Yildirim that well. He did it in 3. Let me see. Canelo tied him and did it in 3. Ooh, check that out. Anthony Durrell, he got a technical decision due to the cut. It was halted in the 10th. And Jack Cullen did a unanimous decision. So I would say Derevyanchenko, I don't know that he can move up, though. I don't think he can move up to 68, man. Maybe if they did it at 60, once upon a time, not too long ago in Germany, in last year, Yildirim fought at 60. Maybe at 60, but we just seen what happened to Derevyanchenko versus Adames. I don't even know that he got anything left. So whether or not we're talking about like this, Derevyanchenko in his prime or Derevyanchenko right now, that, again, I would need Benitez to clarify. But I would say Derevyanchenko can beat a Yildirim. Let me see anybody else can Derevyanchenko beat. He would beat, I think he would beat Khan. Khan would have to move up to at least 54. He would beat Khan. I think Derevyanchenko may beat Liam Smith. Even though Liam just got a good win, right? That y'all didn't think he would get. Yeah, he beat Fowler, but Fowler doesn't have the experience of Derevyanchenko or doesn't punch like Derevyanchenko. And I don't mean power, just combination punching. I would have to say Derevyanchenko beats Khan and Liam Smith. And that's just Derevyanchenko. So keeping it moving. Who else? We got Korobov. Again, that's the thing. What versions of these men we talking about? I don't know. So I'm going to just go with them right now. Matt Korobov. He'll beat Fielding. Hopefully he'll beat Fielding. Hopefully he could beat Chavez. I don't want to even say Liam because, he's got to move up. Liam can move up. He's fighting at 60 now, actually. Can Korobov beat Liam? 2 high guards, man. That's the problem, but at least Korobov's a southpaw. Oh, no, Liam's last fight was at 54, so I don't know. He might be too small to move to 60. Let me double check. I think he did fight at 60 against Liam Williams, though, right? Or was that fight at 54? I thought Liam already moved up. Smith, that is. But it says, yes, I was right. He did have 1-2 fights at welterweight, super middle, at middleweight not too long ago. 2 fights in 2019. He fought Roberto Garcia, La Manasa, and he fought Mario Alberto Lozano at 160. But then he fought Karabanov, the Russian, and lost unanimous 12, which, I don't know, that was a pretty tight fight. Liam is not bad. People give him shit because Canelo fought him, but he's not bad. And Fowler found that out, and so did Karabanov. They both found that out. But moving on, I'm going to say, who else we said? Julian. Now, Julian at this stage, I don't know. But I would still favor him versus Liam at 54. But honestly, Ennis might call it a 50-50 fight. Julian Williams over. I wouldn't even put him in with Yildirim, man. Yildirim might be too big for him, and he might knock him out, man. Julian's is proved to have a little bit of a chin issue, and Julian can't beat Laura. I don't think, not even at this old Laura. I'll say Julian could beat Khan if they met at 54. But honestly, yeah, I think his chin is better than Khan's. Khan gets blown on the chin and he goes down. But yo, that's like the battle of who has the better chin, honestly. I would slight edge it to Julian because he was getting hit by real dudes. And not real dudes. I take that back. I mean bigger dudes, you know. Julian he'll beat Angulo at this point if Angulo can make 54. I don't know that he beats Trout at this point, though. But Trout's been on that 47, 48 trip. I don't know that if he moves back up, can he do that? But Julian ain't big. And Trout complained about that. Like, you know, he was small for 54. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I can't pick him over Trout, man. I can't pick him over Trout. That's about it. I don't want to go further back in Canelo's resume because, you know, we be waking up the dead and shit. Like, oh, put Trout in there. I mean, Julian in there with Mosley. But Trout, and now that he's gone down to 47, who the fuck could he beat on Canelo's resume? I would pick him over Liam. I would pick him over Khan. I would pick Trout over Khan at 47. But I know I'm biased. I've been knowing Trout for many, many years. He hasn't really fought on that level in a minute. At welterweight, he hasn't fought on that level, and Khan might shock him. But we're going to get to see how good Khan is still versus Brook. Like, again, it's titled Khan versus Brook, Walking Dead. Walking Dead. I would pick... We talking Trout. I would pick Trout over Josecito at welterweight. Oof, I don't know. Maybe. You want to hope Trout can beat Josecito. Josecito's never been a full champ. He's had like silvers and shit. And you want to hope Trout, even coming down, his power carries and he could pop Josecito with one who doesn't really have the best of chins. Like, he's durable. But, man, that dude was winning the Maidana fight and let Maidana sleep his ass. That shit never... I wasn't even betting back then, and I hate that shit happened, bro. Because I was riding with him. I really thought he could beat Maidana. You know what I mean? That was the turning, though, of Maidana, you know. That's when he started he was with Robert. He started turning it around. I think either that fight or after that fight is when he got with Robert. Because Robert might have been training the Riverside Rocky for that fight. So again, moving on, we got, the last but not least, Kanan Bundrich. Bruh, I don't think at this point Kanan can beat anybody. He's been retired for so long. I would give him a shot, even out of retirement. How old is Kanan? I'm going to have to click it, bro. How old is Kanan at this point? I don't even think they're going to say his age on Box Rec. Nope. No age, bro. I'm going to have to fucking go to fucking Wiki just to find it. He might be too old for a comeback, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, the question was a little vague. You know, like, you need the 73. Holy Lord of mercy. He's 48. 48. Foreman came back at 40 or 44. Damn, he 48. I mean, Dewey Boozy, what was his name? Dewey Bozella? Dewey Bozella, he fought a pro debut like at 54. I don't know, man. At 48 years old, I was going to lean Liam Smith because Kanan was always a puncher, and that's the last thing to go. But, man, Liam is a dog. I would say... I don't even know that he could beat. I guess Mosley, maybe? They're going to have to bring out Mosley. That's the only, Mosley, Kermit Cintron. I know Alfonso Gomez making a comeback. I follow him on social media. He did this whole Spanish, video Like, he really put work into that video, too. You could tell he made it himself, and he did this whole little Spanish video, like, you know. It was just, you got to watch it. I can't even, like, explain it, but it was funny. It was funny. Like, he made it, like, this whole narration, intro-like video where he's like, Alfonso Gomez, star of The Contender, you know, retired so-and-so years, I'm coming back. And it's like, whoa, but it was all Spanish. It was funny. But maybe Bundridge can beat, shit, this is fucking kind of important, man. I can't take it. I can't take that call right now, but I needed to. I wanted to. I'll tell you that. I wanted to see what was up. Last time I talked to that person, they was telling me no on a sponsorship for Border Wars. So I wasn't expecting a call. It'll be interesting to see what they say when I dial them back. But yeah, I think Bundridge, that's it. Maybe Bundridge, Alfredo Angulo, and I don't know. Angulo probably can't make 54. And if they do it any higher, Bundridge has never been that higher. If he's forced to fight higher at 48, it won't be good for him. Angulo fight with Bundridge might be too much, especially at 48. You know, Angulo still can throw hands. Not that he can win, but he lets his hands go. And at 48, I don't know. This is bad, though. But this is bad. This is James Benitez's fault, making us pick the 5 best wins. You know? You did this. You're not nice. Charlo hasn't been given an opportunity. Everyone is ducking him. That's why his 5 best wins still include K9 Bundridge. And you're just not nice. Looks like we got a guest coming on from what I can tell. I don't want to butcher his name and shit like that. Oh my God. Bitcoin just keeps going down, y'all. This is so sad. I've lost so much money. It's insane. At this point, I've just thrown my hands up and I'm just holding, hoping that it turns back around because I've already lost so much. It's like to pull out at this point, you just admitting, you know, you accepting the loss. And that's okay. You can do that too. But then you turn, I've done this before. Remember Bitcoin got the fucking like under, it was like 3,500 and then it shot up to 93 or some shit, 98. I sold at 93 and then this motherfucker jumped to 65 and 68. So I'm trying to be brave, man. Honestly, trying to be brave and hold out, man. And believe that it'll turn the fuck around. But I don't know if that's the truth, man. Fucking bullshit. Don't you hate when you lose? I get what Crawford goes through, man. I fucking hate losing. Let me bring this guy up. We got... Does anybody know, is it Jermaine? Oh, it might be Jermaine.
Hello?
Jermaine!
Hello.
How are you, Mr. Ortiz? Good morning.
Video? Hold on.
Yeah, let's do some video. You driving? Pull over, man. I don't want you to get into nothing crazy out there in these streets. Are you there? Are you there? Well, in the meantime, we are joined by Jermaine Ortiz. You guys last seen him on Showbox. And we're going to be talking some boxing with Mr. Ortiz. You have a good fight coming up on a great triple header, King's Promotion triple header, if I'm not mistaken. I was telling my audience about it not too long ago. Oh, shit, I was supposed to call you at 10:30. Do you want me to call you back? I'm sorry, my producer just communicated with me. Should I call you back? That's good. Let me call you at 10:30, giving you time to get where you're going. And
because I'm driving to my training session now, so now is good.
You sure? Because being on the road might kill the service. It's up to you.
No, yeah, I'm good now.
All right, all right. So again, joined by Jermaine Ortiz. How are you doing this morning, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just, woke up, getting my day started, driving to my strength conditioning right now, and yeah.
Who's your strength and conditioning coach?
One more guy,
Anybody we would know?
I think he was a sports medicine doctor for the Pats.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the Patriots or the Packers?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the Patriots, yeah.
Nice. Look at you. So, you have this fight, right? On Showbox, triple header, correct?
Yes.
What's your opponent's name?
Nahir Albright.
Albright, that's right. I was just telling my audience, this is a very good card in terms of the entire triple header. Do you know who's on your main card? Have you paid attention, or are you just focused on what you got going on?
I'm just focused on what I got going on, focused on my opponent, my fight, and making sure I'm at my best of my abilities.
You sound like you trying to make a statement this time around, man. You sound like you're focused and motivated on the task at hand.
No, for sure. Every fight I am, but every fight is another way to prove myself and another stepping stone. So, got to be more locked in than the last.
For sure. So, Mr. Ortiz, who's your head trainer, your boxing trainer?
Rocky Gonzalez.
Rocky Gonzalez. Is that the former fighter?
He used to fight, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, hold on a minute here. My co-host is looking to join. So, what do you know about Nabrir, Mr. Albright?
I think he's from Philly. And that's really how much I know about him.
So have you watched any tape?
I watched a little bit. I watched a couple rounds of him boxing and stuff. So just to get a quick idea.
Why only a couple?
I don't know. Just a couple here, a couple there. I let my coach do a lot of the studying, and then we break it. And then he breaks it down to me, and that's what we work on in training.
I've been asking fighters for years, do they watch tape? Some of them always say the same thing, that, they watch a few rounds or they don't watch rounds. They let their coaches. Do you feel you don't watch tape to not focus on what they're doing and instead focus on what you're doing? Have you found that by watching too much tape, you get caught up in the wrong thing? Or is it just a thing that you just ain't got time to watch tape?
A little bit of mixture of all that, Definitely, I don't want to focus on so much of what he's doing good or I want to see what he's doing bad, but never focus on what he does good as much, in the sense of I want to focus on what I do best and capitalize on what I can do. If I perform how I perform, then I don't have to worry about much of what he does.
So I got put on to you, I got a little model, even though I got two models, right? Big, little, small, I interview them all, but I also got a model where it's like, I don't watch you till I got to watch you. So when you fought Joseph Adorno, I was tuned in. And I want to take you back to that fight and just get your opinion on that fight. It seems Adorno might have got dropped from Top Rank from what I can see.
Yeah.
And it might have been because of that fight, but he was on a consistent draw kind of routine. But how tough was that fight for you? Did you feel that you won it? And would you want that rematch, or is that something you're walking away from?
I believe I definitely won the fight. Gave it 6 rounds to 2. The first knockdown, to me, I was more off balance, slip, and then I feel like I made the fight a lot tougher than I had to. I was winning the rounds clearly, so if I would have just, took my pedal off the gas a little bit and started boxing a little bit more, it would have been an easier fight. I could have done a lot of different things, but, the past is the past. All I could do was just adjust from it. That's what I've done. So But yeah, in the rematch, I'd love to get the rematch, but he's not with Top Rank. If it's for a big fight with purpose, for sure, I'll take the fight.
But him not being with Top Rank and being from the Philadelphia area, you are with King's Promotion, or are you just working with them for this fight?
Just for this fight.
Ah, so that would be the hiccup, because King's Promotion is a Philadelphia-based, I know Marshall, and he does a lot of shows in the 2300 arena. That could be a fight that you guys could get together. Actually, Joseph, I don't know if you know, but he has something scheduled here in Orlando, in the Caribe Royal or Casino. He's going to be fighting Jaron Alvarez. So we'll see how he bounces back. But good to hear that you want the rematch. This fight, it took place at 135?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the division that you want to win your first world title, or do you think that you might have to move to 140 before you get a title shot?
No, I'm hoping to get a world title shot first at 135, and then I'll move up.
Okay. So I'm going to throw some names at you, man. How do you think, are you ready for a Rolly Romero fight right now, you think?
Yeah, I think that's the great fight. I've been wanting that fight. So after this fight, if I could get Rolly Romero for the summertime, for June, that would be a perfect fight for a title eliminator, and then have a world championship bout for December.
For sure. Now, I know you said you didn't watch any footage of Nahir Albright, but like I told my audience, he got some decent wins. I know Michael Dutchover. I know Jeremy Hill. Those are decent little wins that he got over those guys. So are you prepared for this person?
I am, for sure, 100%.
Okay. And this is happening 4 days after Valentine's Day. So how much time did you get for notice? Like, did they give you a full 8 weeks? How long ago did you get the call for this fight? And did you know that this was going to be your opponent?
Yeah, so I had like 6 weeks, 7 weeks, about that.
Okay, only 6 weeks. Is that enough in your opinion? Would you have wanted more time, or is that's enough to do the job?
That's good, because it's not like I have to get in shape. I'm already training. I'm always in the gym, so it's not like I have to restart or anything. I'm already in motion.
Okay. Good to hear. So at 135, who do you see as the man right now? Is it obviously the guy with all the belts?
Cambosos got all the belts. Devin Haney got one belt, and so you got to look at it like that. Who got all the belts? And then Devin Haney got the WBC, and I think Davis got one of the WBAs.
Yeah, he's got the. I think it's the regular version. Yeah. So let me ask you. What should Cambosos do next? There's some rumors of a possible Lomachenko, or would you prefer to see him go straight after Undisputed with Haney?
I don't even know, man. It could go Undisputed with Haney. I don't know if Lomachenko's where he's at rated, if he's done number 1 or number 2 spot to get the fight. That, even though that doesn't matter, because they can make any fight happen. But it doesn't really matter. Sometimes at that point I'm just watching as a fan and enjoying the love of the sport. And then when it's my turn, that's when I'm in there as a fighter.
So, champ, you go by the Technician.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you choose the Technician and not the Knockout Artist or the Brawler or the Puncher? Explain.
Because everything I do inside and outside my life is very technical. I try to break things down, and to me things are like of a science. So the definition of the Technician is a person very skilled and an expert in their craft, and that's what I find myself. I try to study the game, and not only inside of the sport of boxing, but in my personal life, I do that as well. So.
And, Mr. Ortiz, what is your nationality?
I'm 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 1 half Dominican and half Puerto Rican.
Oh shit, de lo mío. You speak any Spanish?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Dominican. That's what's up. So where are you born from? Where you born and raised?
I was born and raised in Massachusetts.
Oh, there's a lot of Dominicans in Massachusetts for sure. Nice, nice. So who's Puerto Rican? Your mother or your father?
My father's Puerto Rican.
Okay. Your mom's Dominican. That's nice. Okay. That's nice. He went. It's usually the other way. Like all my children are Puerto Rican. The men go after the Puerto Rican women. So that's interesting. You got any siblings?
Yeah, I got 2 younger brothers, 2 older brothers, and 2 older sisters.
Are you the only boxer?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. No one else has taken. Even your younger brothers don't. Now that they see you fighting on TV, it hasn't sparked any interest?
Nah.
Wow. So that's interesting. What made you turn to a boxer then? If you don't have anybody in the family, how'd you end up in a gym?
I just always was fighting outside, in school, fighting in the street from little. And my dad put the gloves on me outside when we used to live in the projects. And my mom just signed me up to the Boys and Girls Club. From there, it was a wrap. I was just there every day.
Nice, man. Man, I was just talking about that. There's barely any Boys and Girls Clubs anymore, man. It's crazy. I wanted to ask, obviously, our topic this morning, we were discussing Jaron Ennis and the fact that he believes Canelo versus Charlo is a 50-50 fight. What do you think? Is Charlo Canelo 50-50? Or do you feel like, it could be slightly different?
Nah, I wouldn't say it's 50-50. I think Canelo has the edge. I think he's a better boxer than Charlo. The power.
The fact that he sorry about that.
The power could be, hand in hand how you look at it. But Canelo is very strong. And what I've seen with Canelo's always struggled with the boxers, the movers, and Charlo's not one of those.
Champ, so I gotta ask, man. I follow you on Instagram. I seen you with the Yeezy boots, man. Are those things comfortable? Cause they look like they better be as big as they are.
Now they're good. I like them. They're like some slip-ons for the wintertime when there's snow out. I like them.
So you live in Massachusetts now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you could definitely wear those. It's cold. How cold is it today? Everybody woke up cold today, man. It was even 30. I'm in Florida. It was like 32 degrees this morning.
Right now it's like 26.
Damn. You need them Yeezys right now, I tell you that.
Not too bad. A couple of days ago, it's been like close to 0.
Oh, wow.
4. Yeah.
So your promoter is King's Promotion? Oh, no, you said you're just working with him. So do you have a promoter?
Yeah, I'm working with CES.
Okay. Oh, yes. Jimmy, what is it? Jimmy Birchfield?
Birchfield.
Yep. Yes. Okay. Yeah. He's out of that area, right? They're from the Mass area?
Yeah, Rhode Island.
Yeah. They do a lot of MMA too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've ever dabbled in the cage?
I like to practice a little bit, get down with some wrestling or jiu-jitsu.
Oh, wow. So you do jiu-jitsu and wrestling. Listen, I got a couple of questions from the people. James Valdez, all the way from San Antonio, Texas. He says, Cambosos versus Haney, who wins and how?
I think Haney would win. Decision. I think Haney's a good boxer. Smart, so I'll give Haney the edge.
All right, we got Steve all the way in the United Kingdom. He says, "Hi, Jermaine. Thanks for coming on the show. Are you in boxing because you love the sport, or are you in it because you're good at it and can make a living, or is it a mixture of the two? I ask as I've been listening to a lot of professional boxers and athletes and non-boxers, and I found it surprising how many pros only do their sport as it's a job and not a passion. A boxing example is Jamie McDowell, former WBA bantamweight champ. Once again, thanks for coming on the show, Steve in the UK.
That's a very, very good question. I always tell people, if I was losing in the sport, I wouldn't be doing it.
All right.
So part of the answer to that question is I am continuing to fight because I'm still undefeated. I keep on winning. And it's I've dedicated my whole life to it, and I just wouldn't want to stop something that I've sacrificed my childhood, my teenage years, and everything for, to then just leave away without trying or nothing. So I put too much into it to just walk away.
So you spoke about those teenage and childhood years. How many amateur fights did you have? Because that'll give us an example of how many of those years went, sacrificed into the gym.
I had 114 fights.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. I believe Thurman had like 120 wins and, 6 or 7 losses. So that's a lot. That's nice. How many nationals? Do you got any national wins?
In Puerto Rico, I won a national title.
Nice.
And the U.S., no.
Congrats, man. It's still national, man. Those are important. Any of these guys you faced, any of these names in the amateurs, have you come across them? I mean, what weight were you fighting at?
I was fighting at 32.
Okay.
132. I haven't came across them in the professionals, but like I fought Jaron Ennis, Edgar Berlanga, I fought, Gary Russell. So they're all doing good now.
Yeah.
The guys that I fought. Who else did I fight? I fought Teofimo.
Nice.
I forgot who else I forgot. I forgot who else I fought. But I fought a lot of these type of guys. So.
Does it give you motivation to see these guys that you fought, all of you guys have turned pro? Is that motivation for you?
Yeah, I would say, it's a good thing, that I've been up with these guys. When I competed against all of them, I was always in the finals or the nationals. So seeing that we're all professional now and how well they're doing, I know my time will come.
And we got a question from the best dad ever in Baltimore. He says, what do you think of Tank Davis?
I like Tank. Tank, I think he's a good fighter. He's a strong fighter. It'll be nice to see. I know a lot of behind closed doors, a lot of people talk about his really good boxing skills. It'll be nice to see that in a fight. But he's good. I like him. All these guys, they're champion for a reason. Becoming world champion is not easy, and to maintain it is even harder than getting it. So,
for sure. We got Young Tigre that says, how many rounds do you think it takes for Canelo to stop Charlo? Do you even think Canelo can get the stoppage?
I think he can.
How many rounds do you think it takes?
The later rounds. Canelo's always he starts off slow for the first 4 rounds and then starts picking it up, and then maybe the 10th, 11th round.
All right, well, Mr. Ortiz, those are all our questions. I've been screen sharing your social media, but tell them where they can find you anyway. And we want to thank you for coming on. We look to get you back on after your fight with Mr. Albright. Wish you the best of luck in that fight. And like I said, can't wait to get you back on the show. If you could let everybody know where they can follow you at and, be behind your career.
Everybody can follow me on Instagram, Jermaine Ortiz, Jamaine Ortiz. Facebook, same thing. TikTok, same thing. Twitter, Jermaine Ortiz R. And that's the socials that I got right now. So.
All right, champ. A pleasure having you on the show, man. Get to the gym, do that strength and conditioning, and can't wait to watch your fight on Showbox.
All right, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Jermaine Ortiz. And it looks like we got Adrian Rowan. What's going on?
I'm good. I beat Polly. I left with his belt and his girl.
This a dollar beat.
Hey, Pops, brush my hair one time. And I know all y'all against me. All that soft talking. I know you can do it, man. You got the. Just shut that soft ass shit up.
BoxingVoice.com.
What's good, y'all? Good morning, TBV, man. I hope y'all weather better than mine, man. This shit's wild out here.
Is it cold?
It's fucking 12 degrees, man. Damn. I was out at 4:30 in the morning shoveling my way out the driveway so I could get to work.
Oh, man. That's crazy. Bruh, I don't like the cold, let alone snow. No.
I know, that's why I told you, man, we got to open that gym in Florida. I need to be able to go back and forth. But luckily, I'm going to get to see Info Joe this weekend. My guy Jose got a fight out there in California in Pomona, so I'm going to go link up with Joe. What's up?
This weekend you going to Cali?
Yeah, I leave Thursday, so I'm just trying to get all my shit in order now and then.
Isn't Jose on a win streak? Didn't he win his last fight?
He had a win in Mexico, but I think he had a loss in Arizona. I wasn't able to go with him because we had border wars. It was the same day, so I couldn't go with him. So now he's taking a fight with a kid out of Mexico who's like 5-0. But this isn't a TV fight. We got to work our way back to TV with the last loss. So, hopefully we can put in the work.
112 or 108?
He's fighting this kid at 112. He said he wants to move up and weight after this, but to be honest with you, I got to work with him and get him strong, at the weight that he's going up to. Actually, him and my amateur were sparring yesterday. I probably dropped some clips on social media of them guys going at it. And then this following weekend, little Kevin, man, I don't know if you met him, but he's going for the National Silver Gloves title. So I'll be seeing JT down there at Nationals in Kansas City. So, man, I got a busy couple of weekends, man, but I'm hoping to just be able to stay home for a little bit at some point. What's up?
That's growth, baby.
Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? We keep grinding out here. Hopefully we can get a national champion under our belt in the gym and get some belts up on the wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Looks like I got a super chat here. Let me see. Wow. Okay. We got a lot. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for participating, right? We got James Benitez says we stopped at the Charlo opponents. Mr. Steal Your Chin said play that soundbite. We did that. B-Dog, we did that and said that. Julio Lopez says, bruh, didn't Jared Anderson whoop Fury in sparring? Allegedly. Everybody now everybody wants to believe that because Bob said Jared could fight Wilder. Like, y'all funny, man. When is the hate on Wilder gonna stop? The man ain't even fighting. Like, geez Louise. Fred Robinson trying to ring the alarm. He got a bunch of super chats coming in. Whoa. He says, it's been 8 years since Canelo took a tough fight. Let's be real. Oh, man. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, I bet you everybody would love Callum Smith versus Charlo. Callum Smith versus fucking Plant. Like, Kovalev versus Jermall Charlo. Like, stop it, man. You dudes are so funny. Liar, liar, liars, those pants is on fire. Fred Robinson back with another one. He says, can we be honest and say Saunders' fight should have been Andrade since Saunders dropped dirty? But we know Canelo wouldn't take that fight. Yo, that's funny, man. Who has Andrade beat that Canelo's scared about? Like, what fight did he see? Like, oh my God, look this guy. Look at the skills of this guy. Like, what fight was that? Like, you guys are funny, man. Funny. Mr. Calderon 93 says, pay my community dues. TBV coming through with them interviews again. Shout out to you, Mr. Calderon. Brandon lands with the super chat that says, play. Let me see what he says here. He says, play the 2022 Ness Heyman intro, hashtag SDS promotions. Okay. We want to talk boxing. Real boxing. TheBoxingVoice.com. The kid is back, and I ain't going nowhere. And all you motherfuckers out there watching this know who you see every fucking day.
Ness Heyman.
My consistency is unmatched. You ain't been here 12 years in this shit, and I'm gonna be here tomorrow. I don't need no fucking deal. I don't need no fucking deal. I don't need no fucking deal. Niggas is gonna come listen to me because they gonna come listen to me.
Ness Heyman.
Don't leave. Truth hurts, motherfuckers.
SDS Promotions.
Brandon. Shout out to Brandon. You crazy. We going out to Majimbe de lo mío. What it do? What it do? No, Majimbe. You working? You working today, B? Uh-oh. CYP. What up? Hello. No CYP?
Damn, that's crazy.
I know.
But hey, if he ain't on here, let me just give you my 2 cents on this 50-50 Canelo Charlo, what Ennis is saying.
For sure.
Let's go more like 80-20. I think Canelo has that fight. I see certain things that maybe Charlo can cause some issues, but like, I don't know. It's kind of like back in the day betting against Floyd. It's just stupid. I don't see too much stuff that Charlo's going to do to be like where it's a 50-50 fight, where I'd be worried about laying a bet on Canelo to at least win. I mean, I don't know in what fashion, but I mean, until somebody proves to me that they can like dominate a Canelo or really, I mean, it's been a while since someone really gave this guy a hard time. So I just think that, you know, it sounds good saying it. Ennis can say that, but at the same time, I mean, the dude's the face of boxing right now. So, you know, I'm not even a Canelo fan, but I'm definitely sorry. I can't really pick Charlo in good conscience to win. Now, if I was picking with my heart, I'd pick Charlo to win. But if I was putting my money on it, nah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, man. I mean, Ennis with the 50-50, that was crazy. That threw everybody for a loop. I mean, at least me. I don't see 50-50 just yet. I got a Cash App for a counterpunch from J. Will in Ohio. What it do?
You know, like I know, you should lie low. Killer, I used to get it in Ohio.
You know what? I got 2 issues at hand. One is the topic of the show. But I'm gonna address the second one first, man. I need a new intro, man. I just heard your new intro, Ness. What the fuck, man? That's just fire, bro. I need one. I need to re-up on a new one, man. I need a new one, man. I like to get it in Ohio. It's just been fun. I've been a part of the show been calling the show for about 7 years, man. So I'm gonna have to get with Brandon on that shit, because that shit, man. I wasn't even gonna call in today, Ness. But I had to send a CP just off the strength of that little intro alone.
Shout out to Brandon.
man, it was classic. I like all the ad-libs in there was right on point, all that shit, man. Loved it. But to the topic at hand, man, the 50-50, Charlo, Canelo, man, I mean, I think Ennis is,
though. According to
right. I think Ennis is just showing love. I think he might rock with the Charlos a little bit. So I know he can't go out there and say he favors Charlo. He sounds really crazy. So I think he's just, trying to show some love to his guys or some shit. But man, like, if we really break it down, man, I don't see. Back in the day, I would say Charlo had a much bigger chance to win. But like, just as of late, man, just seeing how Canelo has matured, and Canelo, his confidence right now is through the roof, and he feels he can really do anything. And there's certain things that Charlo's done recently to let me know, like, number one, he doesn't even have nowhere near the same confidence as Canelo. We already know he don't have the same skill set. So, yeah, man, this 50-50 thing, it kind of threw me for a loop. But, yeah, man, I was sitting here minding my business, working, man. I was working. I heard the intro. I'm like, yo, give me Brandon's number, man. Something, man. I need something, man, because that's just too much, man. But, man, that's my call, man.
For sure, Jay. Well, Brandon's on the back court, but if you don't get a hold of him, definitely reach out to me. Brandon, his plate is probably full, because I know that Jermaine, the postman in Miami, also wants one and hasn't been in touch with Brandon. Brandon, answer your phone, man. You out here making fire beats and intros, and you don't want to answer the phone now.
Look, he getting money now. He getting them SDS checks, bro. He out here getting. He need to get on his money, man.
Yeah, man. Yo, hopefully a musician hears one of them damn things and buys it, man. I had met a YouTuber, bro, and he only had 400 views on his beat, but Young Thug and some girl, I think, like, not A. Marie, but something that sounds like A. Marie, they bought the beat, man. Whoever Young Thug got a song with a girl, I mean, I guess that's hard. He might have multiple songs with girls. But the point is, I met the YouTuber that made that shit. He only had 400 views on it.
You talking about the nigga that wears dresses, Young Thug?
Hey,
little
man,
fruity dude.
I wouldn't give a fuck what you wear if you giving me a check for my beat. I tell you that, right? Now,
I mean, I get that. I'm just making sure we talking about the right dude. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know. I used to rock his song Lifestyle, but I don't know about no dresses. I know that check might have been real. Jermaine, the postman, what up? Jermaine.
Yo.
What's
You
up?
can hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Brandon, it's specifically for you. I need a fucking beat, my nigga. I need an intro. Word is born. That shit is fire, dog. I don't need no fucking deal. Oh, come on. Yo, Ness, you bugging if you don't play that shit every morning, dog. That shit is fire, man.
He just sent it today. I didn't even know he made that. He sent that.
Shit is fire, bro. Oh my gosh. Nigga, I've been trying to contact dude. He's ducking his money. Don't duck the money. It's good money. Oh my goodness. I'm running. All right, yo. I'm out of here. I ain't got nothing on the topic. I just need a beat. Word up. I need an intro. That shit is fire.
All right. I'm repeating it right now as we speak. Brandon, man, get back to these people, man. This is what you wanted. You wanted to start this hysteria with your beats. Now you ducking people, man. You got everybody calling in saying SDS and everybody wanting an SDS production. Stop ducking them. Look, Big Nick said, what's the name of the producer? Bro, Brandon Lenz. He on the back call. He on the YouTube chat. He on Instagram. And you can find him at a gym near you. My man, big as a house. We got James Payne Lethal. James Payne is my name, man. How about you?
James Payne is my name, partner, how about you? Standing on my property and I'm gonna see about you. If I come out on my porch, I see you chilling in your wheel. Boy, I hope you know somebody, better be waiting on the bitch. James Payne, baby, see me pissing on the post. If we're playing basketball, you might see me in the post.
V, top of the morning, how the audio sound?
Chilling.
Man, y'all know what it is. The best part of waking up, man. Y'all know the slogan from the 80s. TBV in my cup, man. Shout out to the TBV alumni that first brought this slogan around. My guy Ness back with another one. Jaron Ennis talking about that Charlo Canelo thing 50-50. Nah, it ain't 50-50, champ. It ain't 50-50. No, it ain't 50-50, man. It's more like 70-30-ish. Maybe if Canelo like has an injury or something coming in, possibly he could get a little closer, man. Canelo, I don't see none of these dudes is gonna dethrone him, man. But you know, it's good entertainment. You know, that's what we pay to see. We pay to see good entertainment. We pay to see polarizing figures. And right now, I gotta admit, man, the dude with the blonde highlights is looking like a more respectable contender than my guy McAboo. No offense to you, my guy, but I mean, you just don't do it for me, chump. Man, ready for some fights, ready for some action, ready for Keith Thurman to hop back in that thing with Mario Barrios. I'm ready to see Prime Time take his spot back in the ring. And if anybody is in the Tennessee area, Kentucky area, anywhere in the surrounding states, of the breadbasket of this great country right here in the middle of things. You know what I mean? Oak Grove, Kentucky. We got fights this weekend. TriStar Boxing. It's called the Bourbon and Boxing Series. Louis Galarza, Eric Draper, DeMontez Duncan. We got Ryan Kidshaw, Larry Donald. Yo, we got King Kerry James making his return to the ring. After that upset loss that he took downtown Nashville, he's coming back to get back on the winning side of things. Yo, we're going to be in that thing representing James Payne Lethal. Going to be there in full effect. Y'all come on out, holler at your boy. And we got slot machines on the premise because it is a casino. Come out, have a good time. It's Vegas fun without the flight. Come holler at your boy. TBV for life. Y'all know what it is. If y'all ain't hitting the thumbs up right now, you got low functioning brain cells because this the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the whole galaxy. And James Payne Lethal said that. I'm out, y'all.
Champ, appreciate you. Appreciate the kind words.
I like that, man. That bourbon and boxing series. Mm-hmm. That's what's up.
Yeah, man. They blowing up that casino too, man. They doing their thing out there. I know they talked about doing something in Biloxi, Mississippi, with Border Wars one day. So cross our fingers. Hopefully we do something. Going out to Omar. Omar, what it do? We talking Canelo Charlo 50-50 fight according to Jaron Boots Ennis.
What's going on, Ness? What's going on, TBV family?
Chilling. What up with you?
And listen, I wanted to actually touch on the AJ stepping aside topic.
All right.
So, right, as an AJ guy, I think this is great news. Shout out to his whole team who convinced him to step aside. Because, listen, based on that interview he had with Coogan, right, they must have worked real hard. He wasn't trying to hear it. He was going to everyone. He was even going at UNES, people like you, telling him not to step aside, but don't take an interim fight. He was like, nah, I'm definitely not gonna take an interim fight. I'm gonna jump in. But I think what they did and what helped them is they probably looked at Deontay Wilder, right? Because if Deontay Wilder had stepped aside right now, he'd probably be preparing for a chance to fight Fury or AJ, right? To be one face, one champion. So, looking at that, I think that helped them sort of convince him. And it's for me as well, right? It's interesting how if you look at that initial interview where he wasn't trying to hear anything about stepping aside, and then I think a couple of weeks later he had an interview with Coogan, and this was the first time he sort of talked about the idea of stepping aside. So I think what he was doing there was sort of planting the seeds, because I think they've been talking about this for a while now. Because when you hear Usyk's manager coming out saying, "Oh yeah, we've been in discussion with Fury for weeks now," all sorts sort of makes sense how this thing's going. So yeah, no, I'm very happy about this news, man. He's going to get a chance, and I think he deserves a chance to at least have one fight where he can go in and win all the belts. So it makes sense. That's my call.
All right, champ. I mean, listen, I can't deny, Adrian, that it makes sense. I mean, it's the same thing I wanted Wilder to do. It's the same thing I wanted this guy to do, AJ, the first time. I feel like taking a little time for you and getting you right is always a good thing. So, I agree with him. And unfortunately, AJ already came out and said this is bullshit, though. We played the video, but.
Listen, did you? I heard you play the video. I don't think he the way it sounded to me, just rolling in the car, listening to it. It's not like he said he would never do it. He just said he didn't have a paper in front of him or this or that. I mean, the energy I got from that was, I didn't say shit, but if someone put a paper in front of me, maybe, and I'm with you. I think AJ's damaged goods. The guy needs his confidence back. I think if he stepped aside, honestly, took a tune-up with a new trainer, let Usyk and Fury fight it out, and then wait for your chance down the road. AJ's not old, right? He's still in his 20s, right? Or early 30s.
Yeah, I think ain't he 28?
I mean, come on, man. Let's just say he steps aside, takes at least one tune-up fight. I'm pretty sure Fury Usyk would probably have a rematch clause. So, I mean, let's just say you take a year to get your shit together, and with the step aside, guarantee yourself a shot at the winner. Man, take a couple tune-ups. I mean, that's not going to hurt. It's not like they're not going to pay AJ to do that. You still make good money because he's going to sell tickets. But I think going into a fight, if you're not mentally ready or you're a wounded duck, that doesn't make any sense if you're AJ. I mean, you got plenty of time in your career to be successful still.
And there's heavy rumors that he gets a shot at the winner, that's the deal, that he's stepping aside for money, but he'll get a shot at the deal. But like KO for Life says in the chat, it is not likely based off the video, but I'm with you as well. Even though he said what he said, I heard some doubt in how he said things. Now, I'm no expert at body language and voice audio, but I don't know. It just felt like he said, he didn't sign no contract. So until that contract comes, he doesn't believe how real it is. But these numbers are out there for a reason. Where there's smoke, there's absolutely fire. I'm going out to my ringer, long-time listener, Bo in Bama.
One of the fighters is going to lose, and no matter what, Don King's going to win.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It's in America, man. That's enterprise. I didn't write the rules. I revolutionized the pay scale in boxing. I paid fighters more money than anyone in the history of the sport.
That is a true fact.
You know what I mean?
That has been done.
So when I be, only thing I could be guilty of is hitting them in the head with $100 bills, giving them dignity, pride, and a lot of money. So now whatever it is more than what they could get from any adversary of mine. Otherwise, they wouldn't be with me.
Shout out Tabo, Riddick Bo, Boots Ennis, Bo Mack, and Bo Jackson. It's Bo in Bama. And boy, do I love waking up listening to TBV. Adrian, I'm glad you came on the show today. I like your perspectives on things, and I always tell you that. Nance, I'm just glad you show up every morning. I count on you like I count on my alarm clock. As far as the Jaron Ennis goes, I really don't care what he says. Why? Because he hadn't done nothing to prove nothing to me in this sport thus far. He need to be the 147-pound contender, a 147-pound prospect, at least, for me to listen to anything he says. I think the guy has great skill, size. I like his mindset. I like his father. I like everything about him. But he hasn't done nothing to have his opinion considered or even be the headline of any show on any channel other than his own. Now that I've took care of that, James Payne was speaking on the Kentucky card that they have with TriStar Promotions. The last time TriStar had a fight, if I'm not mistaken, Floyd Mayweather was at that fight. So people just hear what he say and kind of blow it off. You need to look into it, brother. Floyd Mayweather was at the last fight in Nashville, Tennessee. I didn't even believe it, but he actually showed up. They said he was coming. I thought it was a promotional thing. Floyd Mayweather was in the building, and all my friends who went to the fight got to meet and greet with Floyd Mayweather. I missed out because I wasn't a believer. James Payne, I'm a believer now. That's pretty much all I got for today. Shout out Don King. Shout out Roger Mayweather. One last thing. I got some good ideas for 2022. I know we're trying to make 2022 better. I'm working on some things in the background. I hadn't really spoke to Brandon nor Ness about it. I'll probably bring it up to Brandon first to see if it's even worth bringing up to Ness. And if he gives it a green light, Ness, we're going to be talking, baby. 2022, this is our year. Shout out Macaboo, King of the Congo, Bakoli, Prince of the Congo. Y'all might want to do some research on that. Don King got a great investment in Macaboo. He fights this weekend, Warren, Ohio. I expect the announcement after this fight. May date. I'm out.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I hear you. He wishing for Don to get that Canelo fight. I don't know, man. As a Canelo fan, I don't know that I want him to move up to cruiserweight right now, Adrian, because it's like I was saying earlier, that eliminates the Earl fight, that eliminates the Charlo fight, or at least makes it extremely difficult for it to happen.
Yeah, but where does that Earl fight? I mean, what's just, if you want to bring up the EJ, like, what's EJ gonna fight him at? Like, how far down can Canelo really get?
Remember, as the challenger, you don't have to make 68. He just got to show up, just like Pacquiao had to show up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to show up. You know what I'm saying? So he could easily fight Canelo, and Canelo makes his 68. It could be a catch weight of 64. EJ's a big dude.
Right, he walks around at what? He said at the highest, 180?
I don't know, but all I know is...
he said that before when he was drinking and shit and kind of off his game, eating. I remember him saying he walked around at 180, which shocked me that he was making 147 walking around that big.
That don't shock me because Bradley used to be 180, and Bradley was a career welterweight and 140-pounder. Like, these dudes cut a lot of weight, man. They cut a lot of weight, man. I've been in the gym with Thurman and watched, you know, we recorded it. It's on our many videos with Thurman. You can see the puddles of sweat, you know, fat crying falling off his ass on that Jacob's ladder, man. That thing will make you lose weight in a heartbeat.
Hell yeah. Well, we got one of those at the gym I took the kids to the other day, but they also got the treadmill in the bottom of the infinity pool too. That gym wild as hell.
Y'all got the fucking Jacob's ladder. Shout out to your gym. Listen, real quick, I want to remind everybody that tomorrow we're gonna have Boots Ennis on the show. Shout out to Blue Blood. I seen that he was in Boots's gym, just like Lidslow said. We got Boots scheduled for tomorrow, Tuesday, on the show tomorrow. So if you got any questions for Boots, you already know. Patreon.com/TheBoxingVoice, where you can drop a question and ask Mr. Ennis and his, well, I was going to say Ennis' dad, but fucked up. But yeah, you can ask Boots Ennis, the father and trainer of Jaron Ennis, a question. Today we're talking, obviously, Jaron Ennis' opinion of the Jermall Charlo fight with Canelo Alvarez. But I'm pinning the link to Boots Ennis's questions and answers post. If you want to ask him a question, feel free. Join the Patreon gang. Support the channel. Like I said, I'm back in action. We're working hard. I'm going to see Jose Benavidez Sr., David Benavidez, Rayo, a.k.a. Jose Venezuela, and Diego Pacheco in their camp. Wednesday, Thursday time-ish, I should be landing out there. Special remote location. Stay tuned for these videos. You're going to love them because they're in a undisclosed location that no one's ever used. And, you know, a lot of information will unfold, man. But, you know, I had a lot to do with where they're at. And it's like a surreal feeling that everything is coming full circle. So stick around so you can get those behind-the-scenes details. We're going out to Ra in Baltimore.
Yo, what's good, fellas?
What up? What up?
I'm just going on. All right, so here's my take about how boxing's gonna go. All right, so Thurman's gonna come back You know, he's going to go with the ring bust, you know, go 12 rounds probably with Barrios and get the ball rolling. And Thurman's going to come back at welterweight. He's going to be back on top. The king of the welterweight division is coming through Thurman. Then my boy Shakur going to move up to 135. And then the kid from Baltimore is going to have to fight him. You know what I'm saying? Everything's going to come through 135 with my boy Shakur. So, and, you know, if I was the commissioner of boxing, I wouldn't have fights on television unless you was ranked in the top 10 at least. At least we had a seeded number 3 versus a number 8 or something like that, because, you know, these dudes be on television fighting tomato cans, man. It's just a waste of our time. You know what I mean? Like, not saying that in reference to whatever just happened, but, you know, that was some bullshit that my boy Gary got hurt. Give him a rematch, Gary, get that belt back. You know, I turned that fight off at like the 6th round, like, because, you know, I think Gary was hurt. But anyway, back to my point. You know, if we somehow, y'all got the power, Ness, you got the power to get a petition that we don't want fights to be on television unless seeded fighters fight each other. You know what I mean? I don't know. We probably had to get a commission for that, but it'll stop a lot of that bullshit that, like, with your boy from Baltimore doing. That's, you know what I mean? What Floyd doing, having fighters on television with bullshit fights, fighting tomato cans and shit. You know what I mean? It'll save. It'll stop us from wasting our time. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, yeah. My boy Shakur, after he beat the hell out of Valdez, will probably go up to 135. And everything's gonna come through New Jersey through there, and then the kid from Baltimore gonna have to stop ducking and fight my boy Shakur. So that's my call. Peace to the TBV. I'm out, kid.
Yeah, you see, that's what the UK don't do, and there's no disrespect to Ra or anybody, but, like, that's what the UK don't do. They don't care how good, how bad, they just ride. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and
America's different, bro. Like, I mean, honestly, I always break it down and tell people, like, look at social media. You're going to get more hits and likes on hating on somebody or throwing shade than putting out positivity, and especially in boxing in America. Like, shit, look how many people don't even ride with Wilder. You know what I mean? Like, they be hating on him.
Heavy. Heavy.
You know?
We got Hawk in Maryland. Shout out to the DMV area coming through on the channel. Every state has their time. Like, it used to be New Orleans heavy last year. Now DMV starting to stand up. That whole Baltimore, D.C., all that. Everybody starting to call in a lot from over there. Shout out to Marcus in D.C. as well. Hawk, what's up? Good morning.
Good morning. Yo, what's up, Ness? And Adrian, how you doing this morning, my brother?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
Good, good. Just checking in with the show, and everybody hit that like button and support the boxing voice. But as far as what y'all got up here, Jermall Charlo, only way that fight will be 50-50 if Canelo does something stupid like come to a fight and announce that he's injured 2 weeks before the fight and fight Charlo with one arm, then maybe you got 50-50. But I doubt if he comes to a fight and tell the fans he's fighting with one arm because he is doing it for the fans. So only way to be 50-50 is Canelo come out and do some craziness. But no, Charlo just haven't showed no growth since he really came up from 154 when he knocked that dude out with that uppercut. This whole experience of him being up at this weight class, he's actually just been like satisfied to go 12. He don't have that hunger that you're going to need to get at a Canelo. You gotta go at a Canelo. So he showed too much respect to even get the fight. And then he had 160. He's not gonna come up and take Canelo by no May or this year. He got to at least fight at the 160. He got to at least fight at that weight that Canelo come back at the same weight he was at. So I don't even see that fight happening, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot of talking going on. Just like with Bob Arum talking about Wilder fighting Jared what's his name? Jaron.
Jared
no, that's
Anderson.
Boots. I'm
Jared
talking
Anderson.
about the other one. Right, Jared Anderson. That's a lot of that's talk. That's hype. Wilder ain't even talking about fighting. So, but Bob throwing these black names out here after that lawsuit. All of a sudden now Shakur got a fight coming up that he been wanting. Ain't no Shakur gonna walk through that boy. That boy ain't gonna even get to 12 rounds. If he do, he gonna look like a whole nother person at the end. Shakur gonna destroy him. So, but these names been getting tossed up here after that lawsuit. Now you know, getting all these names tossed out here. But I don't believe it's gonna happen.
The machine at work.
So, but that's my call. Yes, sir. The machine is at work. There you go.
All right, champ.
That's it, Master. The machine is at work.
Yeah, they trying to do the anti-smear campaign. Let me see here. We got something I wanted to address. Steve in the UK, who is countering my statement that the UK fucks with their own. He says that's not true. He says that's just not true, Ness. We ride when the UK fighter is fighting a non-UK fighter. If they're fighting each other, we just as tribal. But that's what I'm saying. Ra is from Baltimore, so he should be riding with Tank. Instead, he's saying that Nork boy gonna beat Tank, so that's not tribal. He's not riding with his city. He's riding with the opposite city. And that's what I'm saying. We only see that here in America. Like in the UK, Warrington is from what? Leeds? And everybody from Leeds is riding with him. Ain't nobody in Leeds like, man, fuck him. I'm going for fucking whatever the dude is. The Yank. You know, they're not going for the Yank. Like, that's not what they do. But let me get to Devontae. The best dad ever.
What's good, Les?
What up?
Look, don't pay Ryan no mind. He a lad baby. Don't pay him no mind. That's why I don't support them. He a lad baby. That's what they do. But nah, real shit. I don't think Charlo will beat him. 2, I want them to save Charlo from my boy Truck. Truck will beat him. Truck will beat Charlo. That's about it. Thanks for the show, y'all.
Wow, you went on a limb there, man. You went on a limb and said Truck will beat Charlo because Truck got dropped from his MTK global contract and his TMT contract after looking bad. And no disrespect to Truck, but he out here doing club shows. He's selling them out. He got the Bentley. He living that life. Don't get me wrong. He living that life. He got the Bentley coupe. He got all the fly sneakers. He's a star in his club shows. He's selling them out in Atlanta and in B-More. But he not with TMT no more or with MTK Global, so something went wrong. Whether he took
But at least he on the level of it's like rappers in Texas, right? A lot of them dudes never have to leave their state and they still getting good money because Texas is so big and all they got to do is really be popular there to make good money. So, I mean, with some fighters, I mean, if you attract and sell out the clubs and stuff like that, I know from dealing with some local promoters here and some local champions in the Milwaukee area, them dudes get paid really comfortable money just to fight in their own city. And they're a draw. They sell tickets. So they always getting paid every time they step in the ring, unlike, the guys who got to pay to get an opponent and pay their opponent to come. There's a couple guys out here like that, too.
Absolutely. Listen, you never know who you going to learn from, bro. And I met James Payne, and because of him, obviously I won't say who, but I met a dude that, he ain't fighting nobody, and he picking his fights, and he making like 15 stacks, man. I mean, think about that for a second. If you could set up a fight every month, and you can pick it, and make $15,000, you chilling, man. You and your lady, y'all chilling. Y'all chilling. Now, obviously, that's a lot of training because you staying busy every month, But if you conservative, that 15 can last you 2 months or more. Let's not act like, most people would, obviously it depends where you live. The closer to New York, you paying more for mortgage and rent. But the further away, you paying less. So let's just put it at an average of $1,500. 2 months, that's $3K. That still leaves you 12. You understand?
And a lot of these guys, man, I know some young cats out here. They training, they're doing their thing. Dude, some of them be personally training people,
personal
on the side for like
absolutely.
$50 to $100 a session, bro.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
All you need is I personally train for that reason.
Hustler
I only
mentality,
need a few clients.
though. It's gonna take a hustler to do something like that. If you ain't no hustler, you're not gonna have a side gig as a personal trainer and be a pro fighter. But again, because of pain, I met someone that he get it done. He get it done. Beautiful lady, nice truck. Ain't for nobody know. But he living that life. Beautiful outfits. You know, he living that life. People coming to see him. They cheering for him. He the star. He be the main event. And he making decent money without getting beat up. Decent money.
Is he an exciting fighter though? Like, does he have a style that
his record
people want to watch?
His record indicate he exciting, but he getting to pick him. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, that's what I tell all the kids that I train who want to go pro. I'm like, man, you got to have an exciting style, man. I'm like, if you have an exciting style, you can make some money locally. I said, if you just win in fights.
I think it's more about that fan base but you're right though, you know, because even the people that love you ain't gonna sit there for 12 rounds every time out. So putting them dudes away definitely means something and helps. But it's that fan base, man. If you got that fan base, you know,
but that's how you get it.
Even when you lose, you win.
Listen, that's how you get it, being exciting. Like Lil Kevin, every time he fights, we go to a tournament, man, everyone like, damn, man, that kid's good. They all come and congratulate him. Man, he had one where he got robbed of the win, but like 200 people came up to him and was like, damn, man, you're good. And he got that exciting Roy Jones style mixed with a little bit of Mexican style. So, I mean, that's how you get fans, man. Knockouts, your style, you know, how you talk. So, I mean, it's a 360, and it's nice to see these guys able to make a living, not making it at the highest level. Hopefully they just know how to invest their money, you know, maybe start a little business or something when they're making money like that, so they get that passive income and can keep grinding.
Yeah, man. But shout out to my man. You know, James know who he is, and the Lord knows who he is, because he keep blessing him. Whenever he decide to step up, you know, that'll be a decision between him and his peoples. But I wouldn't change anything. I'm all right being a local star making decent money. You know what I'm saying? Unless the right opportunity come, you know, what are we doing, bro? Like, I remember Saddam Ali was doing that, man. He took it to the Aviator Center in Brooklyn, showed all the promoters, bro, I'm a draw. And that's why Golden Boy came a knocking, especially when they got that deal with Al at the Barclays before, you know, the breakup. I got a couple super chats I got to get to. I see you callers out there. I ain't sleeping. We got Fred Robinson. Let me go ahead and just drop a bomb for my man. He over here supporting. Shout out to Fred. He said, people kill me praising GGG. His people did everything to keep GGG from Charlo. Talking about it's bad for boxing. Come on, y'all. Wake up. I ain't going to say that they did everything to keep him away. It's just that GGG has history with Canelo. Charlo can ruin the opportunity of that. And again, you know, Canelo just did 800,000 with Plant. When he last fought Triple G, did like 1 point something. So everybody just thinking about them numbers. Triple G not, but his team is. His team is, man. His team most certainly is. And so is every fan of Crawford. Nobody wants Crawford to fight Jaron Ennis at this moment, because that could throw the Earl Spence fight out the window. Nobody wants him to jump up to 54 and fight Jermall, because that could throw the Earl Spence out the window. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that they're afraid. It's just that we want what we want, you know? And again, casual fans do want that Gennady fight. That's not what I want. I want the Charlo fight. Give me Charlo, give me Benavidez. I certainly am a fan of the Makabu fight or Makabu fight, however you pronounce it. You know that. I said that. I'm a fan of the Oscar Rivas fight. You know that. I said that. So, you know, give me all that. I want that. I got a counterpunch from James Payne is my name. What up?
Man, I see that y'all got a little fire going, so I just had to stoke it and throw a little lighter fluid on that bitch to get that bitch a little bit more sparky, man. This guy that we gonna leave no name, no blame that you talking about with the 15 stacks per fight, I just want to throw something in there. You know that he just came from camp, I believe in Ohio, sparring with Makabu, getting him ready for this fight that he's guy coming up. So he been up there getting that Macaboo work. So that's just to throw that in there too. So, it's certified real shit going on. And then on top of that, shout out to Bo and Bama, man. That's a real nigga. I just want to give him that salute on it, the acknowledgement, just, hooking it up on the backside of things. Bro, you a real nigga, man. So I appreciate you as well. And shout out to TBV. I just wanted to throw a little lighter fluid on the fire since y'all had it stoking in my name. We kept getting mentioned, so I had to pop back up like Candyman to Bill Haney or something and let y'all know that's a little extra little bullet point. You know what I'm saying? My guy been up there getting that Macaboo work, so he's sharpening up his skills right now, sharpening up his tools. So shout out to him and shout out to y'all. I'm out.
All right. And there you go. We got another one from Fred Robinson. He says, are we forgetting Canelo dropped the title to avoid Andre for Undisputed? What title did he drop? The WBO? Because I thought he only dropped the IBF and he blamed that on Golden Boy. But listen, man, the fact that we talking about Canelo dropping titles when he can afford to do that because he has multiple, he's actually unified every division he's been at other than 75. I think that says it all right there, brother. You know what I mean? Like, my man needs to do more. Rider of the Storm. Bueno días. Ennis is tripping. Canelo 70-30 versus Charlo. Damn, 70-30. Did you give a number? Did you give a percentage, Adrian?
Yeah, I said 80-20.
Oh, wow. Wow. Lord.
Yeah, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I just think that Canelo is good at breaking down his opponents and then taking them out. It just seems to be his way. Like, he figures it out, he wears you down, and then he stops you. That just seems to be it. And I mean, like you said earlier, I heard you, that left hand, Charlo's face being messed up. Listen, like, Canelo's that dude. I gotta believe in his power now because, man, if he hits you flush a couple times, man, he can cause some serious damage. I mean, ever since he broke Billy Joe's orbital, I'm like, and he crushed it in. I mean, seeing that X-ray, man, I don't even want to imagine getting that hit that hard in the face.
For
like,
real, man.
That's wild. So, I mean, I just think it's 80-20 because I just don't see Charlo really breaking Canelo down. And he struggled. Let's just be honest. He struggled and not looked good against guys that I think everyone would be in agreement with me that Canelo would destroy.
Yeah.
He would year them, those guys. So, I mean, to me, it's just 80-20. I mean, every fighter's got a puncher's chance, and that's what I'm going to give Charlo. He got to have the night of his life and maybe a little bit of luck to take Canelo out, or for Canelo to be going through some personal shit like Tiafimo and not be the Canelo we know.
Yo, I guess the money at the Zone ain't the same the way that it used to be. Cause why wouldn't Eddie talk to Canelo about how serious he is about the Macaboo fight and try to do a package deal with Don King? Like, we'll air this Macaboo fight, and if he wins, we give you a return date with Canelo, But like, Don King about to have a title fight or more than one title fight on a card with no TV. You got to go to like donking.com, and don't quote me on the URL, but it most certainly can be that. I would have to double check my email, but yeah, he's doing a straight to website pay-per-view for $50, bro. This thing is gonna be $50 to see Macaboo. He's trippy red, I'll tell you, man. These guys, the way boxing, we definitely need a centralized commission, man, that can govern. Everyone. This is what hurts us. This guy being allowed to just do that, like. DonKing.com probably gets 0 hits per day. I don't know. We can check with like Alexa.com. You can check for me. I'm not even interested. And I don't mean you. I mean you, the listener. But like, yeah, man, like this is what hurts you when anybody can just put on a show. It's like, yeah, fuck it, let's stream right here. Let's just do this. We can do this and you can do that. And it really ruins and waters down the sport tremendously. Because this fight should be on some network somewhere. The issue is that Dazn probably has a price for this fight because Canelo has slight interest in Makabu. So Dazn probably would want a lot of money for the television rights to this fight, when this fight means absolutely nothing. You know, this fight only means a possible Canelo opponent. That's all that it means. But I don't know, man. Fucking sucks. Are you at all interested in that cruiserweight fight? I mean, again, I'm just doubling down, probably tripling at this point. I am interested to see what he can do. It's
$50 though?
No. I don't mean the 5 days from now. I'm talking like if Canelo were to fight Makabu, who fought Tony Bellew, I'm interested.
I mean, yeah. Why not? I mean, we saw him fight Yildirim. We saw him fight Rocky Fielding. So, I mean, I'm interested in it. I mean, Canelo fighting it's a big deal. I mean, and you know, there's a good storyline with that, moving up to cruiserweight to fight a big puncher, a big guy. I mean, it's gonna sell tickets, man. I mean, at the end of the day. I mean, I'm not going to lie. To respond to the people in the chat, I do think he should fight Charlo. I definitely think he needs to get that out the way to say that he did it. And they don't got to like my take. They think 80-20 is crazy. But I ask you guys, are y'all putting your money on Charlo to win? Because I doubt it. But at the end of the day, he needs that Charlo fight. I'd like to see that first. And then if he wants to go up to cruiserweight to snatch a title, if he can, that's an interesting fight. I mean, we would at least look at it. Can he take his power, right? Do we think Makabu's as skilled as Canelo? Probably not. So it's skill versus power and size, right? Mm-hmm. So it'd be an interesting fight at
natural
least.
Size, though, you know, like people are just brushing that over. Like, oh, you know, he's just skilled. He's more skilled. So you can automatically beat a cruiserweight when you started your career at 40. That I'm truly interested. I guess, I mean, it's different. You know, the skilled one is Canelo, where normally the smaller man moving up is facing a bigger puncher. You know, that he is. But he's not more skilled. Like, you know, Earl showed he was more skilled than Mikey, and that's why he said he didn't stop him, because he chose to beat Mikey at what he does best. He heard people say, oh, he's going to outbox Earl, and that pissed him off, so he outboxed Mikey. Brooke, on the other hand, could not show that he had the skills to beat the bigger puncher in Gennady, you know. Only Canelo really is the smaller man moving up, unless you consider what Tank is doing on the same level. But only Canelo is the one that moved up to beat Kovalev 2 divisions and didn't lose. Really, normally the dudes that's moving up normally loses. So I'm interested because it's like, damn, he moved up 2 divisions that time. Now he's moving up another 2 divisions. Like, I don't see how this is a cherry pick. I don't see how this is considered anything easy. Like, I genuinely want to see, would Makabu go in there and sell out and just try to, like, pound this dude all over. Like, you know, can Canelo take a beating for 5 rounds, even on the arms and shoulders and hips? Like, can he do that? Like, obviously, this dude is a cruiserweight. I don't expect him to have this killer tank for 12 straight rounds. But if he decided that the game plan was to go beat the smaller man, how many straight rounds, 3-minute rounds of, you know, good 60 punches per round can this man throw on Canelo and hurt him? You know, like, or is he just gonna go in there and try to box Canelo and you know, succumb to the legend of? Because it's like, yo, at the end of the day, he's still small. That's what I got mad at Anthony Joshua. Like, yo, at the end of the day, Usyk is still small. I don't give a fuck how good he is. He's still smaller. Let's push this motherfucker on the ropes. Let's rough him up. And look, think about Fury Cunningham. Cunningham was skilled. I ain't saying he's as skilled as Usyk, but he is a 2-time cruiserweight champ. He is a skilled fighter. He just beat Frank Mir on Triller as an old man. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cunningham had to get pinned to the ropes. He slept Fury. He snuck up on him, pop, put him down. Oh, shit. I underestimated. Here's this forearm. Now you on the ropes. I knock you out as the bigger man. That's not what AJ did. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Is that what Makabu gonna do?
AJ's damaged, bro. Of course he's not doing that now. But yeah, I mean, it's the threat of the size, and like that's a lot of size. Like I don't care what nobody says.
I agree.
That's a lot of natural size. I mean, bruh, y'all seen LJ fight at Border Wars. I sparred with him plenty of times. You know what it's like to be leaned up next to that dude fighting? And that's when I was like maybe walking around 180, 190. LJ over 300 pounds. I'm not saying that's the big difference there, but I'm just saying just leaning on him, just all those little things. I mean, I'd be dead tired in sparring.
The clinch.
Right.
Just clinching with someone that big is going to drain your energy, bro. It's
Ain't no,
serious.
hey, bro, ain't no clinching with LJ at my size, bro. That's called getting bodied.
Shit, you need
you
need to clinch with LJ because he's that side. You can't be trying to catch his big ass shots. He 300 pounds, man. That's like
nah,
Big
man.
Baby.
I was on the inside. I was on the inside trying to be elbow to elbow and throw shots, and then try to get away. Because at the end of the day, him that big, that long a reach. Trust me, bro. It didn't go well for me trying to stay on the outside because he got a long reach.
Look how big Gerald Washington was, bro. You can't look at what Big Baby did to him. You can't stay on the inside with a dude that big, man. I mean, look, you don't want to be on the outside either. You just don't want to fight a dude that big, to be real. But if you have to, you gotta be successful from the outside. I got a few super chats right here, 3 in a row. We're gonna head and ring the alarm for my man Jaime Nieto. Benavidez called Charlo's bluff, and he made a bunch of excuses. Jacobs pulled his card, and he changed his energy. Plant Andrade, want Charlo. Do you agree with any of this? You think Benavidez called Charlo's bluff, and he made a bunch of excuses?
That Charlo's making excuses not to fight Benavidez?
Yes.
Man, I don't know. Here's my thing. I just don't think the Charlos are necessarily scared to fight anybody. I think their energy is usually pretty good about fighting people, and I don't think there's any scary boxers towards the top.
Yeah, I just think it's the same GGG thing. Like, I'm not fighting. If I'm GGG, I'm not fighting Charlo because I'm trying to get my Canelo fight. And if I'm Charlo, I'm not really trying to fight Benavidez. I'm trying to get my Canelo fight.
Man, I understand that to a point, but like my thing is this. Everyone's waiting for the ticket. Let's not fuck up the bag. But at the same time, wouldn't you be more in position to get the bag if you start going through some of these other competitors? Because at the end of the day, Canelo's looking for somebody who's going to get him the payday that he wants for the fight. And I think these dudes sitting around aren't doing what they need to do to get the shot. Like, you got to make it worth the promoters to put the money out there. You got to make it worth us as the buying public to want to pay the type of money to see the fight. So, I mean, to me, these guys got to go out and hustle and beat the guys they got to beat. Because really, if it's the Canelo ticket, the Canelo show, certain guys should fight other guys to ensure their ticket gets punched. I mean, if you're just sitting around trying to get lucky, I mean, Canelo can go up and down weights, this and that. Why not collect some bags? Because tell me, don't you make good money, Charlo versus Benavidez? Like, doesn't that make good money? Don't both those guys get paid for that fight?
Pay-per-view.
Right. So you're getting the M's. I mean, if you can collect M's on the way to get a whole bunch of M's, like, I just don't understand. Like, you're holding up the sport. You're ruining it. Yeah, but then
you're bumped out because you're bumped out because you're like, damn, do I really fight Benavidez for a guarantee of, I don't know, to be fair, anywhere from 1.5 to 2 million? Or do I wait and try to get that 10 million with 10, 8, 6, you know, with Canelo.
Okay, but here's my thing. We'll say you fight 2 fights, you get $2 million apiece, right? So you collect
But
4.
you're taking two big risks, though. You know, Benavidez isn't a guaranteed win for Charlo.
Right, but listen, it might not be a guaranteed win, but what if the fight's close?
I'm saying it's a risk, though. You and your team got to assess that. And you got to think, is it Charlo saying no, or is it Al saying, man, I'm not putting Benavidez versus Charlo. That's 2 separate pay-per-views. I can make $50 million with Canelo 2 separate times.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. They need to give us as boxing fans some good fights. For last year, we spent, especially in the last quarter, okay? My thing is, like, every once in a while, the boxing gods, as Info Joe would say, really need to, like, bless us with some good fights up until the big ticket fights. I mean, it just makes sense.
That's what Top Rank is for. PBC obviously is on a pay-per-view basis. Top Rank is giving you unifications and unifications for free on ESPN or for $5 on the ESPN app. I mean, $7 with taxes.
I mean, I just, at the end of the day, like, as a fan of boxing, like, I just want to see fights that excite us, like the TBV community, fights that we're going to have fight parties and actually have our casual friends come by and, you know, have it.
Are you throwing a fight party for Makabu Canelo? If you still worked at the bar, is that a day like, yo, we got it, it's Makabu versus Canelo?
Yeah. Oh, I
wow.
mean, listen, Mexicans support Mexicans, and out there's a pretty large Mexican community, and you can get people to come out. Instead of, put it this way, if I'm a consumer, for my $80 for the pay-per-view at my house, right, I can go down to the bar. Listen, we never charge to cover, right? So you can come down for free instead of dropping your $80, watch it. I mean, y'all seen the drink prices where we're at?
No, they lovely.
They lovely, right?
Bruh, so really, lovely. I think $40 gets you slammed, bro. I couldn't believe I had mad drinks. I bought Doomy's girl drinks, my girl drinks. I bought drinks, bruh. And then it was like $40-something. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's my point. And they heavy pour out here, right?
Yeah,
so that's my thing. I can avoid spending the $80, no cover. I can go spend $40 in drinks, but we drink a lot out here, Ness. You guys are a little light in Florida, a little light in Jersey, all right? But I can spend $40 on drinks, $20 on food, right? I didn't even spend the $80 I would have spent for it at my house, and you know I'm gonna have a little something to smoke on, a little something to drink on, so it's gonna cost me money anyways. I recoup by making people pay me, you know, to come through, but at the end of the day, that's why as a bar you can do it as long as your size of bar and crowd matches. Because listen, if you got 15 TVs in your bar and you serve food and alcohol, yeah, you know, the price goes up. The bar was able to do it because you seen how we had it. Yeah. We only registered as having a couple TVs, and we never told them that we had that whole big room that fits all those people. So we only getting charged for 2 TVs and not selling food. So we can get away with buying the fight, like the Wilder fight, for $750, $800. That's easy to get back.
Yeah. I got Jaime Nieto that says, we need to stop with this nobody wants to fight Charlo narrative. There's plenty of fights for Charlo, but he has no energy for any of them. Benavidez, Daniel Jacobs, Demetrius Andrade. Just saying.
But that's my point. All those are good fights. Like, any mix and match any of those fighters. Like, I'm down.
Jacobs is fighting. You know, Jacobs is fighting everybody. I mean, he was the first one to fight Derevyanchenko. He fought Gennady. He fought Canelo. He fought Julio Cesar Chavez. He fought Peter Quillin. He fought, you know, Sergio Mora twice. You know, he's fighting.
Yeah, no, he gets the money. He's out there grinding and hustling and doing his thing. I guess that's why they call him the Miracle Man.
He fought that guy too, undefeated. That's the guy that knocked him out, Dmitry Pirog. My man will never be forgotten. Well, not by me, because I know Jacobs personally. I watched the story unfold. You know, he's truly the miracle man for beating cancer and being able to do what doctors told him he wouldn't do, which is fight again and become a world champion. That being said, the dude that knocked him out, I'll never forget him. My man came out of nowhere, knocks him out, and then retires with back problems. Insane. Dmitry Pirog. Fucking crazy. But I should have known right there. I should have whiffed it. The start of the Dmitris and the Chenkos, I didn't know. They eventually came through and really did their thing, man. They changed.
Man, they're Eastern European, right?
No, yeah, they really, they changed the market.
Nah, they really market. Have. I mean, come on, man. How long did the Klitschko's hold the heavyweight division hostage?
Yeah,
I mean,
but they weren't
pretty
adored.
much stopped watching that shit, and they're not really Eastern European.
No, but they
bloc,
weren't adored. They weren't adored. Like, remember, HBO banned Vlad. Vitaly was adored because he was more of a monster. Vlad was the Mikey Garcia of the heavyweight division. He would outbox you for 8 to 10 rounds and then knock you out in 8, 10, or 12. But
that right hand, bro, that steel hammer shit.
Dr. Steelhammer.
Exactly. And I mean, listen though, I mean, Vlad didn't really become Vlad till he got with Kronk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when he taught him not to lean over and put his chin out there, I mean, he just had that stand-up style and it's size too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember, didn't Bird, he dropped Vlad and beat him one time, right?
Yeah.
Chris Bird, right? But then after Vlad learned not to put his chin out there, shit. I mean, don't get me wrong. We were all bored with it.
No,
Nobody liked it. I mean, I didn't even like the Fury Vlad fight because, I mean, shit, I could have posted up with a pillow for that boring shit, but I mean, he lost.
My favorite Vlad fight was Vlad versus Pulev is one of my favorite wins for him because he caught Pulev with that Mayweather Marquez left hook. Like, to see a big man that big lunging with a lead left and then drop you, and I'm pretty sure like that was the sort of the end for Pulev in that fight. Like, after he got dropped with that left hook, you know, he probably got up, probably didn't, but if he did, I'm sure it was done after that, is how I remember it. And then obviously,
how about the Shannon Briggs fight, bro?
Well, I was gonna go to the AJ fight as my favorite loss. You know, that loss, you know, it really truly was an epic battle. You know, they knocked each other down, they got off the ground. That uppercut from AJ was crazy. The audience was electric, the fireworks, the ring walks, all that shit was real fire. You know, that fight was nice. It was nice, man. AJ's falling from graces, bro. Like, AJ used to be a name. America doesn't care anymore. You know, like this whole Undisputed with Usyk and Fury, they don't even care that he's stepping aside. It's not a thing. We give two shits that he's stepping aside. They don't really give a fuck, which is shocking. At one point, you know, he was definitely, you know.
Yeah, he was that dude. That dude. But listen, man, when he came here to
America,
AJ came to America and he was going to make his debut, because I remember I was actually at that Red Catch Devin Alexander fight with my fighter.
Uh-huh.
And I remember all them dudes was in the back on the laptops watching DAZN and shit. And like the energy when Andy stopped him or made him quit, which, just be honest, we watched a guy quit that nobody ever expected that, but the man quit standing up. For me, when I seen that, not that it completely dropped his stock, but that was like mind blowing to me. That it's not like he won out because he was on the ground and couldn't continue. He just, you know, he was just standing up, and you could see it in his body language and his energy that he just really didn't want anymore. He was done. He had no answers at that point. And then to turn around and he got the rematch. But even the rematch looked suspect. Like, he did outbox Andy, but every time he got touched a little bit, he looked shaky, like he was going to be on Bambi legs. Like, so that after them two fights, even though he came back and did what he did until the loss to Usyk, I just knew, like, shit, Andy took a piece of his heart, man, and he needs to get that back to be the AJ that we know.
Yeah, man. We going out to Alabama. C-Dub, what up?
Yo, TBV. And that's Adrian. What's up?
What's goody?
What's good, man? Yeah. Couple things, man. I mean, real quick on Gary. Yeah, you know, we hopped off the train, man. But, yeah, I hate to see that he had an injury and stuff. But, you know, I think he should just let it go. He's supposed to have been down there 126 years ago. So just say, hey, use this opportunity to transform your body to 130. Get in the gym, rehab, you know, get everything healthy. Rehab, get your body to 130 to try to shoot for the 7 Farmer. That's a name that I think he could beat. And then he's going to get back on the winning side that way and get to the big fights right back. On the topic today, Charlo and Canelo. Charlo needs to fight somebody that wants his age to make me a believer. I still think he's the best because Canelo ain't seen nobody like a Charlo. He hasn't seen a young lion like Charlo that got that pop. He hasn't. When he fought Kovalev was past.
What about Montiel? Did Montiel see a young lion?
No, I mean, Montiel didn't see a young lion. I'm thinking, you know, and then Triple G say he didn't fight as good, or they try to be bad to give people a chance. So Canelo won't run so far. I mean, when Charlo was knocking people out, Canelo ran the cruiserweight. So maybe if he look bad, Canelo won't run the heavyweight and he'll stay. You know what I'm saying? Like BJ ran after Andrade after they be looking good, these men be getting their lift up and they run up. Like just fight, you don't gotta run the cruiserweight to find. Canelo would have been undisputed at 2 weights if Andrade didn't have the belt. He would have been undisputed at 2 weight already. But go undisputed at 175, bro. Go undisputed at 175.
I can't believe you believe that. Does Andre beat Makabu? Does he beat Kovalev?
I'm not. He would have beat the Kovalev that Canelo fought.
I'm good with you saying you're not sure, champ. I'm good with you saying you're not sure because you know you're not sure. My man struggled with Liam Williams. Liam Williams just moved out of 54, man. Stop them games, yo.
He watched. See, when you say you're better, you get on the betting thing. You know, I've been bet. I bet somebody. I won some money that Andrade was going to wash Liam. Was going to 8-4 him on the judge's card.
He ain't watching.
He washed Liam.
Man, get out of here. He was in a fight. He was in a fight, man. You know it and I know it.
The scorecard was 8-4.
Man,
those scorecards,
bro. Why? Show me you washing with Canelo. That's washing, man. You out here struggling with domestic level UK fighters. You can't even knock them out. Did he even Did he even knock out the other fucking Ireland domestic level fighter as well? Like, you're not even beating world class fighters, let alone fucking world champions, and you can't knock them out. And that's what I'm saying. Deontay Wilder got all the hate in the world. At least he was knocking out those bums y'all talked about. He was knocking them the fuck out. Canelo knocking these world champions out. The competition, the dudes you want him to fight, they out here fucking struggling with 147 pounders. Jaime Munguia knocked out Montiel at welterweight, brother. Slept his ass.
You're right. You're right. And that's the only thing I can say is they may
Why he ain't get a fucking knockout?
They may be not looking good. They may be not looking good to say, hey, give somebody a chance. Maybe they'll fight me. I got to use the Triple G excuse when he was looking real bad against Kerry Brooks. Hey, I just want to look bad to give these guys some energy or to give these guys some nuts, some courage to come fight me. But yeah, hey, all these boys went in the elevator. I give you that. All these boys went in the elevator like my boy Matt Holloway from UFC say, catch me at the steps. So what Canelo need to do before I get off, what Canelo need to do, man, to resolve all of this, retire for a year and a half. Fake retire. You're coming back like the Mayweather, like when he came back and retired twice and came back, or like Jordan. You're coming back.
Hell no. He ain't Fury. We ain't doing nobody no favors. We ain't doing nobody. You ain't about to be no fake unified champ because Canelo ain't around no more. Go ahead and unify now. Don't be no fake vacant unified champ. No, C-Dub. No.
This is the answer to get them to get the quick win in the elevator.
No.
The quick win in the elevator.
Canelo got to drop all his belts and retire so these dudes could finally do something. Because why? Because they fucking mesmerized. They obsessed with Canelo. So they won't do nothing that puts them in harm's way because they don't want to lose their Canelo opportunity. No, we ain't doing no favors. No favors.
It ain't just
Be a real unified champ. Go ahead and fight Andre. Go ahead and fight Murata. Go ahead and fight Triple G. Be a real unified champ. Don't be a vacant unified champ because Canelo let the belts go. We don't want to hear that shit. No, thank you. No gracias.
That's what's up, man. Shout out TDV, man. Smash the like button. It's free. Do something, man. Shout out.
No disrespect to you. I'm just saying, I that's not what I want for my champs. I want them to be real champs. Fuck all that shit. He got to drop belts. So he got to retire so they could get motivated. Like, fuck it. Canelo not here. Now I can fight Plant. Fuck it. Canelo not here. I guess I could fight Benavidez now. That's the biggest pay-per-view for me to do. No. Fuck no. Fuck no. Be self-motivated. Be self-motivated. Why you got to get motivated to fight these other dudes because Canelo's semi-retired, fake retired? Man, no. What do you think about that, bro? That don't bother you?
Nah, man. He shouldn't drop the belts, go away, and wait for them to fight it out. No, them dudes need to fight it out while he's here, earn their shot, prove that they're going to make, Canelo the most money. Because let's be honest, Canelo, yeah, he fights for greatness, but also he got a certain amount of money he want to make, and he don't want to fight if he's not going to make that certain amount of money. So these guys need to be putting themselves in that position. And listen, it's gambling, right? You got to take a risk. So you got to fight, say Charlo fights Benavidez. So you got to fight a 50-50 fight. I mean, go ahead and do it. Earn your shot at that title. I mean, at the end of the day, unfortunately, Canelo gets to pick, just like Floyd got to pick. Just at like one time, I'm pretty sure Oscar got to pick. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. That's the business of boxing. It's been that way for a really long time. So just earn your way there. I mean, these guys are right there to get that shot. I mean, look at Caleb, right? He put himself in position. He had the last piece of the belt. Canelo had to come looking for him. Canelo had to give him the bag. These other guys should see it, how Caleb did it. Man, this is what you got to do. Get it to a point where you have something that Canelo wants. Because if he wants it, he's coming for it. And and the people who back him are going to be willing to pay for it.
I just hope that Charlo wasn't lying when he posted that he signed. Like, I hope he ain't bought no new house or no new car. And he talking about he signed for a fight. Plus, he was out here posting biggest super middleweight in the world. The only deflection is still a great deflection, which would be him versus Plant. But, for the most part, he out here making it seem like he got this big fight. We assuming it is Canelo. I hope for the sake of boxing and the boxing fans who desperately wanted that it is Canelo and that we do get it. Let me get out to the producer. We got, let me see here. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Brandon, the producer. Where'd I put that? Here we go.
Let's start with this. I'm a creative genius.
SDS Promotions.
You don't want to get in the ring with me because you're a pussy, that's why.
And now, the most dangerous producer on YouTube, Brandon in Houston.
Thank you. Far too kind.
This message was brought to you by SDS Promotions. SDS Promotions.
I like that little Jay-Z ad-lib, man.
Yeah. That's my guy. We got to stop talking about Charlo, man. I mean, my man Benavidez has been literally calling this dude out for 2 years, and people still talking about him and Canelo. He done told y'all a bunch of times he 160-pounder. You know, and then I guess until now, recently, he just started claiming that he a 168 pounder, and now he the biggest one in the world.
He the biggest.
Yeah. He the biggest 168 in the world. But when it's time to talk about Benavidez, he's a 160 pounder. And then, you know, but then if it applies to Caleb Plant, then maybe he might be a 168. You know, Caleb Plant who just got knocked out. That might be safe. But then when it comes to Benavidez, I'm 160. A man that called you out your name, then called you all kind of shit all year round. But then now, you know, I'm ready to hop up to 68. I'm ready now. But Benavidez, not you though, not you. And that's the easiest fight to make. It should be. You would think that, you know, I heard you say that, you know, Al might be trying to hold him back, but that's bullshit if that's the case. Like if that's the case, Al Heyman is a problem.
I'm just saying, champ, if you a business owner,
I know, I hear you, but it's just like, come on, man. Like, you go, like y'all saying, like, I never was the one to be like, wait for it, you know.
You can have a good year. You can have a good year if you have a Charlo versus Benavidez fight, or you can have a great year by having Charlo versus Canelo Cinco de Mayo, Benavidez versus Canelo September 17th. I'm just saying. And
you have no guarantees that either one of them fights is gonna happen.
Hey. You got more guarantees by keeping them undefeated, by keeping them separate.
See, Benavidez not down with that. He calling everybody. He's saying, I'm willing to fight whoever I got to fight. Whoever I got to fight.
So he said.
That's what he's saying. So he ain't ducking up. Who has he ever turned? Who has he ever said nah to? You know what I mean? He been calling out all these people, man. So I'm just tired of people mentioning Charlo. I'm tired of Charlo. I hope he don't get the fight. I hope it's Benavidez who get the fight, which we know that's not going to happen either, you know. Canelo, you need to drop the belts too if you're not gonna fight at 68. You doing all this jumping and circus shit you pulling and jumping up to cruiserweight. Drop the fucking belt then, because he don't need to be fighting no interim fight.
Canelo told you he ain't know nothing about cruiserweight. That was Eddie Reynoso. He ain't got nothing to do with
that. Right. If I'm moving up 2 weight classes, oh really? Hey, by the way, you gonna fight 2 weight classes? Oh, okay. Like you believe that?
Listen to me. All they did was petition. All Eddie did was petition to give him the option. You don't know if they taking it. You see?
I didn't even know. Like, listen, that's bullshit. Anybody who moving up 2 weight classes, you got to discuss that with me.
I don't know, man. Listen. He's undisputed. Who did Crawford fight after he undisputed? Oh, he didn't. He vacated, right? Who did Josh Taylor fight after he undisputed? Oh, somebody that nobody knows, right? So let Canelo do the same. Let Canelo do the same.
They not jumping up 2 weight classes doing some circus shit, trying to orchestrate greatness either.
Who Jessica McCaskill fought after she undisputed? Has she fought yet? Did she fight somebody? Who she fought?
She whipped somebody ass the other night. That was like a couple of months ago, maybe a month ago.
Who though? So if it ain't on the level, of Charlo or Benavidez, then Canelo don't got to do it either. Why are the standards changed for him? Why do he got to undispute every division? Meanwhile, dudes out here won 1 title off a 40-something-year-old and ain't done nothing since. They ain't
you know, everybody want to claim, you know, Canelo did this and that in 11 months and this and that. But you know what the WBC did. They put that fucking belt up against Callum Smith, so he had to fight. He didn't have to fight nobody. He got 2 belts for one guy.
We didn't make your favorite fighter. We didn't make your favorite fighter miss weight, and we didn't make him go party like a rock star.
That's convenient.
We ain't make him do neither of the two. He lost the belts.
To say.
He lost the belts twice.
And that's when he jumped into action
twice.
Exactly. When he seen he got stripped, that's when just like he did Andre.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. Everything happens for a reason. Benavidez went through what he went through to become the man that he is today. He had to go through that. He had to lose his belts twice to be this Benavidez. Don't be mad at Canelo for that. That's not Canelo's fault.
It's just he did this and that in 11 months when we know he got 2 belts for one fight that they just put up. That's bullshit, man.
Maybe
he didn't beat the best 168 pounder in the world. I'll tell you that. He didn't beat the best 168 pounder to become undisputed. He didn't do that.
So is the best the guy that just fought a 54-pounder in Jaron Davis?
That's not his fault. It was Carnegie tested positive for steroids. They had to find a leg replacement.
Yeah, and guess what they did? The same thing I'm telling you Al is doing. made sure to keep him undefeated by making sure he didn't fight nobody that was going to fuck up the plan. And Chiron can't fuck up the plan because he moving up 2 weight divisions.
Can't nobody fuck up the plan.
Yeah, all right.
Can't nobody fuck up that plan.
Yeah,
Canelo don't want to get in the ring with him.
Can't nobody
he know what's gonna happen.
Can't nobody fuck up the plan. Meanwhile, Al never made the pay-per-view on Cinco de Mayo with Charlo and Benavidez. But can't nobody fuck up the plan.
That's Charlo's scary ass.
No,
you
it
know
ain't.
that's Charlo don't want to fight the man. They call him out all year, man.
No, it ain't. No,
that's Charlo's scary ass.
Nah,
yeah, it is. You just said he don't want to put he don't want to put that shit at risk.
That's
you know he don't want to.
That's business.
And none of them dudes at 68 who had a belt was gonna get in there with him before they got in there with Canelo. So it ain't like he ain't trying to fight him. They know what's gonna happen. They don't want to fight him.
Sure,
they holding on to that ticket. You know what I'm saying? It's all. I see through it.
You see what you want to see. You see red because you bandera roja. That's all.
That's right. We team Benavidez around here, man.
Biased.
You know that.
You biased. It's okay though. It's okay. You know. I don't know, man. I mean, damn. Did Canelo ever have a late replacement? I mean, shit. I'm just wondering, like, does anybody take a late replacement in the actual division?
Well, I mean, they had John Ryder. They flew him out. Remember that they had John Ryder there to replace Billy Joe if he pulled some, some stunt about the ring.
At least Ryder at 75 now, right? I mean, I'm just saying, why they going all the way so low? They find
that was a Dazn fighter. Like I said, the 168 division ain't real.
I'm just saying, deep anyway. I see the Al Heyman way. The Al Heyman way is to give his bigger fighters 54-pounders. That's what he did. He did it with Charlo. He gave him Hogan. He gave him Brandon Adams. He gave him 54-pounder. He doing it with your dude. He gave him a 54-pounder.
I mean, they don't have that many 68. Who they got at 68 there? I mean, you gonna put Morrell in there as a late replacement?
So Dan, you can give a little bit of money to the free agent Jesse Hart. Wouldn't that have been a better fight? Last minute replacement.
Jesse Hart would have got his at. He would have beat the shit out of Jesse.
Would have been a better fight.
And Canelo gonna beat.
Would have been a better
Canelo
fight.
gonna beat the shit out of Charlo.
Would have been a better fight.
Oh, that'd been a better fight.
Would have been a better fight.
I respect Jesse Hart.
Would have been a better fight.
I respect Jesse Hart.
It'd have been a better fight.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, why
definitely.
then?
But you don't know. That's 2 weeks away.
Now,
you don't know what Jesse Hart doing.
Now, let me ask you. Do more people know Jesse Hart or do more people know Kyron Davis?
Was Jesse Hart in shape for that fight? Were you aware of that? Was he willing to get in with Benavidez, who's been training 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
Let me ask you.
On 2 weeks' notice?
Let me ask you.
You answer me that. Who's willing to get in with Benavidez on 2 weeks' notice? Let me know.
Let me ask you. More fighters come from Philadelphia or from Delaware?
Philly.
Oh, why? Why they ain't call him, man?
I'm just saying. Listen, you don't know the case. You don't know who.
I'm just saying.
You don't know who was willing to take it. That's your narrative that you paint.
Nah, that's
that
they doing
this and that. But it's two sides of that. Who want to get it in with Benavidez on 2 weeks' notice?
Come on, man. What fighter don't want to fight? What fighter with no contract? He got cut. Man. He got cut from Top Rank. You don't think he gonna take that Benavidez fight? You tripping?
He gonna get his ass stopped like everybody else, just like Canelo gonna get stopped.
Just like Ronald Ellis got stopped.
Say what? Yeah, he got stopped. Yeah, he got his ass stopped too. He got stopped.
Did he go to sleep or was it some towel shit? Huh?
It's always some towel shit. It's always his man is an accumulation power puncher, man. It ain't nothing like him.
Ain't no towels when Canelo. When you fight Canelo, ain't no towels, man. Ain't no towels can save you when you fight Canelo. You getting knocked out. Ain't no towels can save you.
Yeah, right. We'll see. We'll see how that go. You know?
I know.
When the levels change, when you got somebody in there coming forward and they on the back foot.
When the levels
change, when he picking and choosing all these back foot fighters.
When the levels change,
all he do fight on the back foot. It's easy. I mean, that's what he gonna do.
You funny
but somebody coming forward throwing punches, he ain't gonna do that.
Fam,
he not gonna do that. He ain't gonna have none of that.
Fam, let me read some names to you. Rolly Porky Medina, Ronald Graville, J. Leon Love, Anthony Durrell, Romero Alexis Angulo, Ronald Ellis, Kyron Davis. Show me when the levels changed.
He is the level. He is the level that's up there. He is the difference. He's the level. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's the level.
Yo,
what you mean?
Yo, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to just tell you, I'm gonna bring up the Wilder here, man. People talk about Wilder.
Don't go out there and ruin the relationship with Benavidez, because I'm gonna be. Hey, we gonna have to go to border. If you piss off Benavidez, me and you gonna be at border with.
You know what? You're right, man. I got a flight to catch. I'm not even gonna say no more because you're right. I gotta go see him. But we
Yeah,
gonna
you ruined the relationship with Benavidez.
have
I'm
this
gonna be mad.
conversation. We gonna have this conversation personally now. I'm gonna just have this conversation with him, like, yo, fams, you know, they got you as a boogeyman, but look, I'm looking at a pretty stiff diet. I'm looking at a
He gonna tell you what I'm telling you. None of these dudes want to get in the ring,
I'm looking
man.
at a resume. I'm looking at a resume that shows me that, you know, they are treating you with kid gloves. And
He might have to beat up Morrell, man.
And let me tell you
I'm looking
something.
at it. I mean, just to shut people up, he might have to get in there and whoop his ass.
Let me tell you something about
Might have
that. Let me tell you something about that. They don't want to fight you.
Another Louis de Cubas. What?
That whole they don't want to fight you shit. I thought he was the Mexican. I thought he was the El Bandera Roja. I thought he had the television friendly style. I thought he was the knockout puncher. Like, why we not invested in him? Like, why do we need a Charlo or anybody? Like, why they not pushing him as the next Canelo, but just more fierce? He talks English. He likes to fight. You know, he's getting knockouts. Like, I don't understand. Why is the marketing not building him into being the next Mikey Garcia? Mikey was out here and he was able to do his thing. I'm just a little lost at why Benavidez hasn't popped off. You know, like, he's got 25 fights, 22 KOs, two-time WBC champ. Like, why haven't they put him on pay-per-view? Why haven't they marketed him around those Cinco de Mayo dates and them September dates? Why they not capitalizing on him and his fan base? Why isn't he doing any Phoenix fights, being from Phoenix? I know that the last one was in Phoenix, but how long since then? I mean, I'm looking at the resume, and according to his resume with Al Heyman, he's only been to Phoenix once. You know, they brought Earl to Dallas multiple times. So I don't really know. You know, if you got a star on your hands, you treat him like a star. I see Bob pushing Oscar Valdez, you know, treating him like he's a star, you know, giving him the fights that he needs, right? Valdez is a multiple division champion, and he's gotten the career-defining fight with Miguel Berchelt. You know, I don't necessarily see the career-defining fight for Benavidez, and obviously they'll say, yeah, but he's young. So then, which one is it? Is he ready to tear through the division, or he's young? Because I don't know. I'm finding it strange here, just a little bit, man. What are your thoughts though on Benavidez? Is he the boogeyman or what?
You know, to be honest with you, I think that Benavidez lost his luster when he didn't make weight on the scale. I thought he was on track to be the man. He lost his belt on the scale, and I think that he's had a hard time recovering since. I don't watch a whole lot of David Benavidez. I've watched some of his fights. I honestly think he's kind of on that cusp, and it's what he does now going forward, which is going to make him into the star he wants to be, because he's got all the potential. He's got the good record, like you said, but he's lacking something, obviously. Like, he needs some of those big fights. He needs like, even right now, even a Plant fight, a Charlo fight, anything, you know, he just needs that next fight to get him really back in there and on fire again. I mean, that's how I look at it. He's one good fight away from being in everybody's mouth.
Well, I got CYP on the counter punch. What up?
Well, for one, shout out to all the Charlo haters who are so obsessed with their own boxing, and they want to call actual boxers scary, and scary asses and punks and shit. like he gonna whoop your ass. Secondly, you know how if you look up Montiel versus Margia, you won't find nothing on that fight. Not an article, not a nothing. I'm like, why is that? Is it because it was a last-minute fight? Is it because Montiel hadn't fought at 147 in over 6 years? Is that why? Is that why he got knocked out in 2 rounds? Because he took the fight on like 2-3 weeks notice to fill in just to get some money real quick? And that's why he got knocked out in 2 rounds? Oh, that's what happened. So we don't talk about reality on TBV. We talk about narratives that people are, see, y'all niggas lazy. Y'all won't look up nothing. So that's going to get y'all every time saying some shit that cannot be proven. Same thing with the show when it comes to Canelo and Charlo. He already admitted that Canelo ducked him at 160 for the franchise. Now he didn't duck him. It's always changes depending on if y'all pay attention or not. I need this show to get more fucking respect. And then lastly, with Adrian, do what Caleb Plant did. Caleb Plant put himself in position. No, the fuck he didn't. Caleb Plant won the title before Canelo decided to move up. His trajectory had nothing to do with Canelo. You niggas need to stop lying, man. You're making the show look bad, B. CYP out.
So yeah, I was just on here yesterday saying that the franchise title is the Duck Belt. So I don't know when that changed. I didn't say any different today. What I said is, when Canelo moved up, why hasn't Charlo done anything? Like, why hasn't he unified? I mean, the fact that you guys are defending it and, his last big fight was Trout or Williams, that just speaks volumes. There's no fight at 60 to speak of, So I don't know, man. It is what it is. Some guys got to do everything, and some guys don't have to do anything. It's obviously like that. If you're a favorite, you're a favorite.
Now, at the end of the day, with the Plant having the belt, he just had the belt. That's all he had to do. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not saying he was necessarily vying for that shot before Canelo came up there, but at the end of the day, what? He fought Rocky Fielding and took a little piece. Plant just sat back with his IBF. I believe that's what he had. And it was easy because he knew that Canelo was going through the divisions and all he had to do was hold on to it. I mean, that's a trajectory. You got a piece of the title. He wanted to undispute so he could say he undisputed the division.
CYP is saying that Plant had the belt before Canelo even thought about undisputing, which is probably true. I believe he had that belt for a while now. When he beat Uzcategui, that was his biggest win. And then he went, on the Mike Lees and the stuff like that of the world until he got his Canelo shot. But he still was in position by having the belt,
I mean, and that's it. Because, let's be honest.
Being in Canelo position is different.
Beating Caleb Truax is not like, Like, that's not world-beating shit, man. Like, it's Caleb Truax. And I'm not, no disrespect to that guy, but, all he did was wait it out, just like the rest of these guys. But he had a title. It's easy to wait it out when you got the title. I'm not really speaking on the Charlo or anything at 160. It's at 168. If you got a piece of it and he comes looking for it, I mean, it was a no-brainer for him. All you had to do was hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, again,
belts matter. Belts matter.
It ain't even about the belt. It ain't even about the belt. It's just look at his resume at 60, man. Like, he's doing what Plant did. He's waiting too. Plant. Look at Plant.
And that's what I'm saying.
Look at Plant's resume. Look at Plant's resume.
It's not great.
He don't got nothing serious there either. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially not since he won the belt.
Rocky Fielding's resume wasn't awesome either. But he had a belt.
But that's what I'm saying. When he fights Charlo, we'll be saying the same thing. His resume wasn't awesome either. Let me get to J Matt. Are you available, my friend? No J Mac. All right, we got Rip. Okay, you are available. So I'll go to the super chat and then to you. We got Ripster in the 305. Shout out to the Dade County, Miami. Per CompuBox, GGG throws 65 punches per round. Top 29 of active boxers. He lands 24.1. Top 7, Jermall Charlo throws 49.7. Lands 15. He's not doing 60 punches, Ness. Okay. Who did I say Charlo was going to throw 60 punches? I'm sorry. He throws 49, which is still a lot. Fuck. But interesting. Shout out to CompuBox, right? We're going out to J Mac.
promotion. You say you the big fish, I'm looking for you.
Maybe a Spence get his tail out his butt and he'll fight me.
You are watching a master at work.
Target practice, baby. When I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
Oh, big in the motherfucker, man. We ain't gonna be able to fire your punk ass out.
What you wanna bet on? You bet 100,000 on that.
Let's bet $1 million. I'll break your fucking neck.
J-Mac, New Orleans.
Don't like what I said, nigga? Do something fucking about it.
One of the best finishers. No, give me the towel. Give me the towel.
SDS Promotion.
Get ready for the back attack.
Yo, what up, though?
What up? Yo, that's pretty dope to hear all those sound bites at once in one track like that. Like hearing all the slick shit Crawford done said. Pretty interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Nestor Gibbs. Hey, what up, Adrian? Shout out to SDS Promotion for that hot intro. Brandon got us all like we on contract like Al Heyman some shit.
Hell yeah, y'all all gotta say thank you, Al Heyman, for that free intro. I see it.
Exactly. Nah, that's all love. Ness, you said something about Liam Smith and Demetrius Andrade. I just checked it. That was a UD, and Andrade is just in favor. I never knew in boxing you got judged because you didn't knock nobody out. I mean, fights,
bruh,
are determined. Fights are
I'm
determined.
just saying though, dog. Like a dude that is gonna beat Canelo can't knock out Liam Smith. Come on, man. I mean, Liam Williams.
Hey, first of all, Floyd didn't knock out everybody. He outboxed.
Floyd
See, they got multiple ways. Excuse me, sir. Andrade is a boxer as well too. Look,
you can run how you want to. You see how
Andrade
sloppy he
is a boxer. Yeah, I know.
You crazy.
You can't do nothing with that sloppiness. I mean, y'all, this dude is still undefeated.
Bruh, he getting hit by dudes from Ireland, man. He got hit by Luke Killer.
I know, he beat him too. Everybody you talking about, he beat him. Like, so we judging a dude for getting a fight, for fighting a professional level, and he still
domestic level. Domestic level.
Yeah, somebody paying him millions of dollars to fight.
Actually, you know what? You know what? I can't even lie. It ain't domestic level, right? Because Luke Killer, I think he got a draw with Aries, or he beat Louis Cuba's Aries, so he's an American, so somehow that makes you an international fighter because Louis Aries went over there. How would it work? Do you think it works that way? Or is he still domestic level because he never won a world title? How is it?
It's whatever you want it to be because that's how it's going to be.
I'm asking. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm asking. I'm just wondering. I mean, he did beat Luke Killer in the United Kingdom. Excuse me, Luke Killer beat Aries in the United Kingdom.
Domestic fighter, over the world fighter, whatever it is, I don't know. I know he professionally 31-0, and he holds two belts at two different weight classes. The reason why Demetrius Andrade is still
who he fought for them world titles again?
Can I answer? Can I get to my call, or you gonna let me get my time?
I'm obviously giving you more time. Like we having a full blown conversation. Who he beat for them world titles though?
It don't fucking matter. He's a two-weight division champion. And let me finish my point. He at 154 and 160. He has been in and around Canelo weight class. Like I heard somebody say earlier, Canelo seemed to have no interest of fighting the guys that's the top champions that's around his weight classes unless he see fit.
You beat nobody.
Hey, I hear you. But Canelo, if you got the top guy running and jumping multiple weight class, you can't get it.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Please.
You driving, champ. You went through that circle of death.
And Charlo ain't did shit at 160. He's a basic ass fighter. He don't have no levels. Canelo would expose him, move around him, and possibly stop him. Charlo is Frankenstein, like 3.0. Like the nigga too stiff. He don't change heights. He don't change speed. He too basic for Canelo Alvarez. That horrible fighter that you and Canelo must be afraid of is the guy that beats him. Andrade beat Canelo, Charlo, and Caleb Plant. The only dude I don't know if he beat is Benavidez. And I'm curious to see that fight if that fight is made. And you said something about Benavidez and Charlo earlier. Yes, Charlo energy changed when Benavidez, when he found out Benavidez wasn't no joke. Because he was talking that high shit, and Benavidez met him halfway and all that. Charlo was talking about breaking his neck and all that. Benavidez responded. So Charlo has had his call pulled multiple times on multiple occasions from Danny Jacobs and Benavidez. It seemed like his temperature changed when them niggas is in his face. Are they talking the right shit back? So Charlo don't beat no goddamn Canelo. He's too basic, and he don't have the levels to ever beat a Canelo. Demetrius Andrade, the horrible fighter, the one he avoided at 154 and 160, that's who beat Canelo flat for the ass. That's my call.
Horrible fighter.
Come on, get him out of here. You move him out of here.
Get him out of here, this guy, man.
Listos pe los chingazos. Listos pe los chingazos.
And it's not going the distance. Either he'll wave the white flag or I'll wave it for him.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
A lot of you live believable lives. It's easy to sit in those seats. It ain't easy to stand up here. Remember that.
Matter of fact, when I smacked his brother in this gym right here, he didn't do anything. All he did was stand there like a big fat pussy.
In your mind, how does that fight go?
With me getting my hand raised.
SDS Promotions.
Oh shit, Benavidez is in the meeting. Yo, shout out to the best dad ever that said Plant slapped Benavidez's brother and he ain't do nothing but he tough. Yo, but we gotta remember this ain't the street, bruh. They can't be fighting. They gonna go to the Bing for that shit. Somebody gonna press charges, man. That's the thing. They gotta be careful, man. Don't be fighting in the street, y'all. Forget that shit. LV Slugger. What up? What up? What up?
Only time y'all see me in Rays is when I turn into the Bronze Bomber.
I want a body, and he gonna be the body.
The ambulance better be ready. The medical better be ready. The referee better be ready. They better have that towel to be able to throw it in.
SDS Promotions.
Was he right?
LV Slugger. Yo, I gotta read this free chat, man. You made it to the big screen. Matthew Sanabria says, it's always a narrative. They, but he really means J-Mac, criticizes Canelo for beating 3 undefeated champions for undisputed, but praises Andrade for holding titles that he literally took from no one. Which at the end of the day is true. It's like, oh, you don't want to fight him. Dude's been a champ in 2 divisions. Okay, what has he done? No, he's been a champ in 2 divisions. Who'd he feed for them titles? It don't fucking matter. He's been a champ in 2 divisions. Yo, LV, what up, champ? You available?
TBV, what up?
What's
fellas,
goody?
What's
Oh,
up,
man.
What's good?
What up? Yeah, man, shout out. First, I want to start off by saying shout out to the city finest, one of the city's finest, PG County. Gary Russell, you know what I'm saying? He definitely, put on a little boxing display. Tried the best he can with one hand, and he definitely kept the fight close. I think they definitely want to try to build that dude up. Filipino got that Pacquiao, that Pacquiao fan base behind him, so they're gonna do their job to try to make him as big a star, as he can be. But I definitely think Gary being the champion and holding that belt down as long as he was, he should have got a draw or something. But I mean, it is what it is. He definitely showed his boxing skills in that ring, and I do think he can be champion at 130. But on to the topic on Jaron Boots Ennis saying 50-50 fight. I mean, of course, we going by, what's it called? What have you done for me lately? Of course, it's, everybody's going to say it's not 50-50, but I say it's more on the 60-40, 55-45, I think these boxers, man, get content with, when they can't get no big fights, they get content with fighting down to their competition, and that's what I think Charlo been on. He ain't really been having no big name, no big test in that ring. Even though the Montiel did give him problems, you know, he basically won every round. You know what I'm saying? But I think with Canelo being, you know, the face of boxing, the man he is, you know, on top of this pound for pound shit, I think definitely when Charlo get in that ring, man, I think it might look 50-50 once they step in that ring, man. I think Charlo will come, you know, and bring his best performance. You know, he's gonna have to with Canelo and being the, you know, he been trying to get that fight for a while now. You know, like I said, they've been the same age, they the same exact age, and they've been around the same weight class for a while now. So I think Charlo's will bring his A game, and it'll be closer than what people think. Charlo do have a great strong jab, and that gives Canelo problems similar to like Triple G. You know, Triple G was known to have a nice, firm, strong jab. So I think, you know, as long as Charlo come in there and, you know, just bring his A game, I do think that fight will be closer than what people think. You know, but yeah, man, hopefully Canelo will pick Charlo. I think out of all the names he could pick, that's the one name I do want to see. So, I mean, hopefully we can go and get it before he try to move to 175 or something, that is. And I do think that'll be the bigger fight.
I hate to hit you. Hate to hit you with the cutter, but I got a counter punch from J Mac Attack. So, you know, I can't really let you go all the way over because he trying to get right back. He didn't just throw a counter punch. He said, counter fucking punch. Who upset you, my friend? Who upset you?
Hey, boy. Nah, man. All right. Hey, shout out to LV for pushing the corner star. I mean, he always fought that Cholo flag so hard. That shit go get torn out, flown out, and dried. But Canelo get in the ring and knock Cholo the fuck out. Cholo too basic. Nigga is too basic. He's still asking around his shields for permission to throw certain punches and combinations. And that fucking jab that's so elite is basic as fuck. He don't have no speed change, no height, no range. Is not educated. Canelo will time that shit and make him put his hands in his fucking pocket. On to Jay Miller and Matthews. Quick, they like everybody like shit on Andrade on here, but they don't know the research. They don't even know the history. And give me another counterpunch so I can cook. Canelo, when he was fighting at 154, moved down. He was still fighting 154 pounders, so he made up a catchweight. When Andrade was the WBO champion, he didn't have no interest in fighting for that belt until Andrade was stripped, moved down and fought one of the Smiths for it. So that was 154. At 160, we know he jumped over the weight class, took the franchise title, did not want to undispute at that weight class. So like people that call in and say he's picking his weight divisions, that's some truth to that. All these Yildirim, all these other fighters, y'all talk about Andrade and who he beat. Who the fuck did they beat to get the Canelo fight? No, they was just right for the picking and the right cherry. So if we gonna call these narratives out, y'all gotta speak facts. It's okay for Canelo to fight easier champions that you critique Andrade, but Andrade moved up through multiple weight classes and has at least fought multiple champions to get in position to even be in the mentioning of a Canelo. These guys didn't do shit but get picked.
All right, you're done, or did you lose service? Because you sound so funny saying that these guys ain't do nothing, especially Liam Smith. When Liam Smith beat Liam Williams 20 years before Demetrius Andre just beat him, right? Let me just double check because I know CYP, his fingers already. He's on a race to make sure I'm right. I got to make sure I'm right.
I said Fielding and Yildirim.
No.
Fielding and Yildirim.
And I'm telling you Smith. And Smith looks like he beat Liam Williams twice, back to back, just in case they thought it was a mistake. You feel me? So, and as far as Fielding, well, Fielding had already had a loss, right? And then because he had a loss, desperation kicked in, and he went all the way to Germany to become a WBA world champ. And he beat Tyrone Zugi in Germany, him being from the United Kingdom. When's the last time Charlo traveled anywhere to fight anything and do anything? What about Andrade? Has Andrade gone to the UK? Let me see. Oh, shout out to fucking Andrade. You can't make a motherfucker look bad that went to Germany. I remember he fought Jack Coldclay in Germany. for like an eliminator or some shit, or vacant fucking title, something like that. But at least he went to Germany. You can't take that away from that motherfucker. That shit right there shows some bolas. And he got the win. Split decision 12 because he ain't got no pop, as my man Keith Thurman would say. But yeah, he fucking did go. He did go to Germany. You gotta love that, man. You gotta love that. I remember when Tim Bradley went to the UK to fight Junior Witter for that WBC. You gotta love that, you know. Terrence Crawford went to the UK to fight Ricky Burns. I'm scared of Adrian Broner Burns.
Didn't Paulie go over there and get a title too?
Hell yeah, he went to the Ukraine to fight Sinchenko. I can't remember his first name, but Sinchenko. For the I think the WBA that Broner took from him. I got another counterpunch, I think. No, yes, maybe so, from you, J-Mac? Or is that an old one?
Yes, I do. This is my last time. No, this is my third one. So I owe you 3. This is my last time entertaining this bullshit because I know what you're doing. But I'll say this. Adrian made a comment earlier about doing stuff to line up. You can't do a fucking thing to line up Canelo. Canelo picks you. Let's stop this bullshit ass narrative. Like these fighters got to get out the way and fight this dude and fight that dude. Canelo fights who the fuck he want to fight, and y'all got to accept it. That's why he get a lot of criticism on top of the fella in the drug tests and all the weight classes he made up, the rehydration clause. I'm not going down Canelo, but I'm not going to change. As much as I dislike Canelo, ain't nothing about Charlo basic ass is beating a Canelo Alvarez. But all that stuff I say about him, he's still more talented than a goddamn Charlo who ain't did shit since J-Rock at 154. He too basic. So Jaron Boots Ennis, like Bo from Bama said, he ain't did shit to have be valued in opinions. Like he must be cool with the Charlos or something. That goddamn Charlo too goddamn basic for Canelo. And like I say, Andrade is the only dude that gets in there since he's so fucking horrible that beats Canelo, Plant, and Charlo.
Cut it. He putting it out there. He's saying Charlo straight up and down.
Andrade ain't beating no Plant, Canelo, Charlo. You out here tripping like hardcore, man. My Gene Bear. Counterpunch.
Good morning. Good morning.
Buenos dias.
Ness, can you tell me real quick, where was Triple G and Daniel Jacobs ranked at 160 when Canelo fought them?
Oh my goodness, that's like CYP fucking Google search. I don't even know.
It doesn't matter.
Honestly, I don't know where to find those post-dated rankings. He be finding that shit. But I'll say this: when Triple G, the question is where was Canelo? I mean Jacobs ranked when he fought Canelo?
Yeah,
well, he was a world champion. He was a world champion, and when it was a unification,
they were 1 and 2. Man, these guys are complaining that Canelo didn't undispute 160. Why does he have to wait around when he already fought the number 1 and number 2 guy? You know what I'm saying? I mean, Jermall had just come up, and so did Boo Boo. What top 3 guys have they fought at 160? None. These guys have to do something now. That being said, I still think that the Jermall and Canelo fight is a 50-50 fight. I don't agree with J-Mac. I think the more difficult fight is Jermall, not Boo Boo. I think Boo Boo gets stopped. I don't know. I mean, I understand what he's saying, that he's basic, but basic can mean, a lot of things. I mean, the guy doesn't do, anything great, but he does a lot of things good. I think that Jermall is like Triple G, just with a little bit better defense. And I do think that Triple G gave Canelo the hardest fight he ever had outside of Floyd. It's an intriguing fight to me. I want to see it. It's a 50-50 fight to me. But yeah, man, I mean, this undisputed, fad that is going on right now, it's just that. It's a fad. This is something that's happening now. How many undisputeds have we had? 7, I think, now with Canelo. It's something that doesn't happen too frequently. We can't hold the guy hostage for saying, he didn't undispute 160. That's bullshit.
All right. So we got Jaron in Louisiana. What's up?
Yeah, to me, like I just think it can be a 50-50 fight, depending, on who you talk to. Either way, I'd like to see it. I think it'd be a good fight. And I think Canelo's the face of the sport because of who beat him. So far, only Floyd has beat him, and unfortunately, nobody's even really come close yet. But Canelo, in my mind, is trying to copy Floyd, but he don't have Floyd's personality. And he's trying to just bank on the fact that, he had that one loss. And at the end of the day, we'd rather see entertaining fights. Like, I don't care if you lose, if you entertain me. If it's a war, then I'm going to watch over and over. And on the other hand, I got to say, Floyd may be promoting the guy that at some point in the future, I don't want Tank to hop up and fight Canelo now, but like I said, if I won't get the title at 140, fight there for a while, get comfortable at that weight, then go up to welterweight and fight there and build his name and build up to moving up to fighting Canelo. Having Floyd.
All right, my friend. Thank you for calling in. We got hella callers to get to. I got the best intro of 2022.
I'm healthy, strong, and about to knock Earl Spence out in Jesus' name. I'm bringing the whole church.
SDS Promotions.
You win some, you lose some. But you live to fight another day.
I got the whole Christian congregation behind me.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
In Jesus' name.
And we all know God only made one thing perfect, and that's my boxing ring.
Yo, what's good, TBV?
What up?
What's up, Ness? Adrian. Great show. I really think that Charlo fight, for me, I just want to see it. I want to see Canelo fight Charlo. I've been wanting to see that fight. I think it's going to be a little bit closer than, what people are saying. I mean, I hear that he's basic, but dude's a champion right now. So, he would be moving up to 168, but I just want to see it, I want to see Canelo in there with Charlo. I always wanted to see that fight. Of course, we know who Canelo is. He's one of the best in the world, and so is Charlo to me. He had a mishap his last fight. You can get on him, but he still beat that dude. So, but other than that, it was crazy to see what's his face, Mr. Gary Russell lose. But if they run that fight back, he'll definitely beat Maxio. And I am a little sad. My Bills lost. It's 7-16 here, Buffalo, New York. So I'm a little disappointed. We lost in overtime. That was some bullshit, but I can't stand the Chiefs. But that's my call. Good show as always, and God bless y'all.
Amen to that.
Man, I know you don't like football, but man, when the Packers lost, I was so fucking happy. All these fucking bogus ass cheesehead Packer fans around here, man. I was passing around the shot glass just to get their tears in it. You know what I'm saying? To get some energy for training.
Hello, ladies.
Anybody that knows me know I've been a player, whether it was in Alabama, Ohio, or anywhere around the globe.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
I've been smashing Telly Swifts, man. I didn't have to become a millionaire to get that caliber of woman.
One of the people's choices, one of the fans' favorites, a guy that can galvanize this crowd such as myself.
He's too ugly to be the world champ. The world champ should be pretty like me.
The AJ of trucking. Whoop! Yep, Brandon in Cincinnati.
SDS Promotions.
Hey, yo, what's going on?
What up?
What's up, fellas?
What's good?
Too soon, Adrian. Too soon, brother. It's all good.
I already know. I had to get at you a little bit because hey, listen, I don't hate the team. I just hate the fans.
Man, you don't hate me though, man. So I'm the one Packer fan you don't hate. It's all good, though. That was tough.
Because you don't live here, brother. That's why.
It was tough though, man. That one hurt. this was 20 years ago, I probably cried. But since I'm older now, I really don't give a fuck as much as I used to. But that you said Davidian. Before I get on the topic, Davidian 2022. I don't know. That's J Mac new one. That shit hitting.
I don't know, man.
I
don't know.
J Mac new one hit, man.
It
he got the sound.
is because he got all the sound bites, but you know that Davidian that's different, bro.
And then he got the sound bite with him talking. If you don't like it, do something fucking about it, and that just fit his personality. Like my intro fit my personality. You know, smooth, ladies man, talking that player shit. He got a sound bite that fit his personality. You know, he want all the smoke, so I like his. Right now, he edgy out the video, but you still my brother. Shout out to the Bills too. They ain't got nothing to hold their head down about. They played a great game. That was probably the best game.
Man. The chat believes totally different, man. They believe that Davidian's intro is the hardest, man.
Nah, man. But as far as the topic, every time we had this Canelo debate, we changed the conversation topic. It went from is it a 50-50 fight?
Yeah, because they don't want to. They don't want to deal with the truth.
What Charlo and what Andre have done to deserve the fight. That ain't the topic. We talking about is it a 50-50 fight?
Word.
Do I think it's a 50-50 fight? Fuck no. I think Canelo beat the shit out of Charlo and Andre. But that don't mean they don't deserve the fight. Let them fight Canelo. Let them beat the shit out of both of them so I can sit back and listen to my back call brothers cry and whine about it. That's what I want. So, yeah, they deserve to fight, but no, it's not a 50-50 fight. Canelo going to whoop both of them. That's my call. Y'all have a good one.
All right. Yo. Who we got? That was Brandon. Oh, shit. Let's see Big Fish Vega alive today.
I know, man. You been going to him.
Let the little fish go so that we can catch the big fish later.
I'm the big dog at the welterweight division.
WBC and IBF welterweight champion of the world.
At the end of the day, I'm a way better fighter than Terrence Crawford.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Me and Terrence Crawford on this side of the street.
We cleaning our side of the street, then we coming after Crawford.
60-40 or 70-30, whatever we give.
Say something else. Say something else.
Big Fish Vega.
Big Fish Mafia. It ain't a movement, it's a lifestyle.
SDS Promotions.
Good afternoon, everybody. What you talking about? You've been going to me, man. I haven't really been on since yesterday morning when I got skipped.
Bro, we went to you yesterday, man.
Oh, man. All right, it's all good. But, I mean, what is this about Canelo, Charlo being 50-50? I mean, I don't really see it being 50-50, but, I mean, all this Charlo hate got to stop. I mean, he's a real good fighter. I mean, I've never seen... I guess the biggest thing with him is I haven't really seen consistency. He has a great jab. We haven't really seen the power translate to KOs, but I mean, he's had fighters fucking drunk in that ring all over it for, at parts of rounds I've seen with Montiel, Korobov. But I know, we determined that Joshua step-aside wasn't really true.
No, it's looking more true.
Oh, okay. Because I seen Dillian White. They're offering him like 5.5 million pounds, which is a nice little sum of money. So Undisputed would be nice, especially if it's next. I know I seen April's targeted, and man, I just want to say I'm in the gym. At least.
Oh, gotta let you go, my friend. Got a counterpunch coming in from James Benitez. Hate to cut you, but duty calls. James.
Hey, man, you ain't got to apologize for cutting Vega, man. He wasn't talking about nothing anyway. Yo, man, now on to the intros, man. Love your new intro, man. Brandon got a dope intro. J-Mac got a dope intro. Now let me just go ahead and just talk about Davidian's intro. Man, you don't think his intro is a little blasphemous, man?
Davidian's?
Yeah, Davidian's, man. Come on, man. Davidian, passive aggressive, in Jesus' name, all that, man. Come on, man. It's a joke, man. It's a joke. It's not really all that good.
I just like the sample.
Come on, man. If you was really ranking about all them intros, man, Davidian's intro is probably like, shit. I had to throw in some last year's intros, probably like around number 15.
Wow.
Probably at the bottom of the list.
Wow.
Come on, man. He shouldn't be in the runner for damn intro of the year. onto my shit talking plant. It's probably top 5 on the show, man. But I just want to get that shit off, man, real quick. And back to listening.
Plants is good, but it's like he
Come on, man.
lost. All them great sound bites was in the losing fight.
Look, I'm gonna put this on wax, man. Everybody from the Big Fish Mafia on this show, man, all their intros are basic as hell. That's a fact. Yo, and I'm out.
Yo, he funny as hell, but Plant's biggest sound bites is in the loss, unfortunately. I love him though. That's my man's in them. Jerome, what up?
I'm just listening, guys.
All right. Lids to the low.
Get your ass in the ring and swing, man.
BoxingWords.com.
Hey, Daddy.
Boxing thinking man's game.
This a dollar
Skill. Up here. You gotta get out and think of motherfucker. That's what
BoxingWords.com.
CBV was out of mine.
What up?
Everything kosher, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the back call. Shout out to anybody got something to do with boxing. You did? All right, you say 50-50. That what the boy Ennis say? Nah, I'm going to say 60-40. Charlo will beat Charlo. Now, like I always say, man, you can say somebody going to win without disrespecting the other guy. It's simply, that's how I feel. Charlo will lose. I ain't saying he going to get his ass dog walk, nothing like that. But he is going to lose, in my opinion, by decision. And, I got to come over to the other question. You heard from old Bozy yet?
He's on the show tomorrow.
My God, that's what I'm talking about, man. I fuck with you, dog. Keep the shit up, man.
Brandon Lenz, man. Shout out to
Brandon Lenz. You the man. Shout out to Brandon Lenz. I'm going to need an intro too, player. You feel me? But y'all keep it up, man. Shout out to everybody. I'm out there.
J-Mac, Counterpunch.
Yo, Ness, shout out to SDS Promotions. It's in the contract. We got to say it. All praise, Brandon Lynn. As far as the video, Mr. God bless him yourself. Okay. I've called Lord's name being used in vain because if we take that, where we got that quote from, we were clearly making mockery of Jesus' name and how we was playing around with it. So why should we be praising an intro that clearly has that line and that bar in it? I mean, Mr. the Pastor Davidian, Mr. God bless him yourself. Like, I mean, I would change that line in that intro. I mean, I can't be praising the intro. You saying that's the best intro?
What's the line say?
In Jesus' name. God, what did it say? God bless you. Remember, we got that from that dude interview. He was clearly making fun of.
You talking about Maurice Lee?
Yeah, Maurice Lee. He was,
but he meant it when he said it. He religious
himself. Ness, that dude had dropped his head and his brain fell out. Something was wrong with the dude. I think drugs. No. I remember it perfectly clear. He clearly was trolling with that shit.
No. We was trolling him, but he's really religious. What are you talking about?
Ain't that the dude his brother called him out? Like, you ain't got no fight.
Yeah. I'm about to pull him up. What's his name? Maurice Lee, right? Yeah, I'm about to pull him up. I guarantee you all his quotes, bro. I follow him. All his quotes is Jesus quotes. Always, bro. And I follow him. I used to follow his girl, but then he broke up, so... But yeah, they religious. I promise you. Damn, I can't even find his IG.
I don't need you to don't defend the Davidian. This is a smear. You're trying to say his intro is the best. I have to smear it.
All right, but you're wrong though, because even the hook, the sample says, "Is your heart right with God?" Like, I mean, you know that's the thing. You don't see the beauty in that intro. That shit fire, fellas. It's fire. I can't find Maurice Lee's. I'm gonna play it just for that. We gonna piss y'all off. That shit fire. I'm telling y'all. I can't find Maurice Lee's Instagram handle. Brandon, help me out. We going back to the Davidian intro. Let's see. We gonna play it for two reasons. Hear if it's good, and hear if he's taking the Lord's name in vain. Let's check it out.
I'm healthy, strong, and about to knock Earl Spence out in Jesus' name. I'm bringing the whole church.
SDS Promotions.
You win some, you lose some. But you live like another day.
I got the whole Christian congregation behind me.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
In Jesus' name.
And we all know God only made one thing perfect.
Beautiful.
And that's my boxing ring.
Beautiful. I don't see it, man. We're going to have to make a poll, man, because I don't want them to have J-Mac feel like I'm a dictator. We might have to make a poll because beautiful, 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 for real. Nah, I love it. Let's see here. Who is next? Damn, Majid said horrible. Why? I can't believe it. I genuinely think it's fire. I'm sorry. All right. We got Majid. It's on you.
Yo, everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Nah, I was laughing at a joke that somebody had wrote at the on the back. I was calling a joke horrible. But as far as that 50-50 go, I don't really know if it's a 50-50 or not, but I still got Canelo beating Charlo either way. But I'ma still stick to my guns. If he don't get that fight, I'm like, we got Andre, we got Benavidez. I don't know who else complained about not getting a fight, but shit, if y'all can't get him, get each other. I know it probably don't happen, but I'm going to keep saying it, because there's other options other than this nigga. Next thing we know, they get those paydays, they definitely ain't fighting. But that's all I got.
For sure, for sure. CYP. What up? Jonathan Sims on a super. Let me double check. I think I got a bunch of super chats I actually need to get to. Shout out to Julio Guzman. I'm sorry I made you wait. We last stopped off at Ripster. CYP, I'll be right back, my friend. I know that you only went for your counterpunch, so I owe you your free call. Julio Guzman with the fat $20. Let me drop a bomb for that. I've been a boxing fan since 1980. Holy shit. And tired of these protected so-called champions who focus more time on social media than building their resumes. The ones that talk the loudest are doing shh, but talking, in quotes, the ducking era. Garbage. Shakur said that shit. No more ducking. Something like that, right? What he said?
I mean, he ain't really wrong, man. There's been a lot of, this is the era of a lot of times we've called a lot of guys ducks.
Yo, they trying to, Davidian, it's a conspiracy to get you out of the run-ins for best caller intro for 2022. I got Brandon out here talking about your intro dropped in 2021. But, don't you get a full calendar year? What the fuck? Yo, he dropped in the last 2 days of December, so you fucking, you got to go against the whole year of people hearing everyone else's intros, not name yours? That's some hating shit. They out to get you, fam. That's the best intro out. Richard D. Stephen Big Shot Shaw beats Big Baby Anderson by KO. I don't know about that, champ. Shaw ain't shown me that pop, but he has shown that he could box. We'll see that. I mean, definitely Anderson has been thrusted upon the television and big scene faster than Shaw. Shaw's been working in the background, racking up his wins, but it's a Lou DiBella thing, man. He's with Lou. Lou's got to get him the big fight. Like the big fish, Vega has a counterpunch. Is what it looks like. Yes, he does. What up, champ? Big Fish Vega. No Big Fish Vega. Okay, we going back to the counter punches again. We got another one from Julio Guzman. This time, fat $10. And he says, Canelo boxing IQ levels above Benavidez. He will bludgeon the untested, flat-footed Benavidez like he did Angulo. Damn. Troy Graham All these damn excuses for Charlo. Knock it off. For sure, man. Shout out to Troy and the Troy Graham Experience right here, I think, on YouTube. If I said the name right, it's absolutely here on YouTube. You can check him out. We going out to another big fish in the sea. You ain't got no new big fish intro though, man. Right? Let me see. Nope.
Long Beach in the house. Yeah.
And that's I don't want nothing. I want my shit from the old school. You feel me? Yeah. But yeah, man, Charlo 50-50. I think that's a BS narrative at this point. It's just an old narrative from yesteryear, 2018, circa 2018, 2019. I think during the pandemic, a lot of fighters kind of took this time to maybe think they could take some time off where we seen different in Canelo, who remained active. I don't think Canelo's a dude that you get pushed into a trap fight for where you didn't see him coming. You want to have Canelo on your radar. You want to be working into that. And I don't think that's a good fight for Jermall right now. Plus, I don't like the energy out there with Jermall and some of these other dudes. Canelo is the lottery ticket. You remember that movie, The Lottery Ticket, with Lil Bow Wow? And them nigga got a lottery ticket and got to running around the projects, didn't know what to do with the lottery ticket. Could be a bad taste in my mouth from Caleb Plant, because he got the lottery ticket and started acting like Lil Bow Wow, running around, didn't know what to do with it. And I think Charlo may do the same thing, man. They're happy to get the fight, but I don't know if they believe they can win. And I don't like seeing that shit. That really rubs me wrong. So I don't think at the moment is a good time for Jermall to get the fight. I don't think he's where he should be for that fight with Canelo. I think it's an old narrative. Canelo has separated himself from the pack since that time, and it's just something we holding on to. That's my call.
All right. Damn, let me go ahead and drop a bomb for Fred Robinson out here supporting like a champ. We're going to clap it up. And drop that bomb. He says, Munguia knocked out Montiel. Why y'all suppose Munguia won't take the Charlo fight? Murata won't take the Charlo fight. Y'all know, no Canelo mandatory. Damn. Shout out to J-Mac coming true. We got Fred Robinson right back with another one. I mean, so the whole CYP thing about, he did it was short notice. Okay, Charlo didn't knock out Korobov on short notice. That, like, the point is, someone knocked out Montiel. The other man didn't. Like, that's how I'm looking at it, black and white. You know, we can argue semantics and details if you want, but one dude got the knockout. The other dude didn't get the knockout. That's all. Fred Robinson says, hold up. Where's the energy for Benavidez calling out Canelo? Be real. Nobody brings that up. I mean, but I think it's because he's not just calling out Canelo, right? Like, he wants to in-house fight Charlo, right? He's willing to, fight Canelo, and I don't know. I don't think Morrell's been thrown at him yet. I don't know. I'm shocked, though. This Morrell guy, he's another darling now. He's like this other special force everybody's in love with. Julio back with another one. That's 3 in a row. Let's go. Oh, man. Andre decisioned Charlie Zelenoff for the title. They ain't gonna
Come on, man. Charlie Z got the biggest record in boxing.
They ain't gonna like that. Let me see. I got Rider of the Storm. Canelo wanted to fight Boo Boo for Undisputed, but because Golden Boy dropped the ball and Canelo was stripped of the IBF, Canelo said, fuck that, and moved up. Was that when the IBF got stripped at 54? I think you got the wrong divisions, right, of the Storm. Because when they talking about unless you talking about 60, because Canelo got the WBA and BC. Yeah, so you would be talking about 60 because Andre had the 60 WBO. Okay, you talking about 60. And that is when IBF stripped Canelo for not fighting Derevyanchenko, who he offered $5.5 million to fight, and instead he turned around and took $5.5 million to fight Gennady. Go figure. Jonathan Sims with the super chat says, "Play that intro again. Is your heart right?" Okay.
I'm healthy, strong, and about to knock Earl Spence out in Jesus' name. I'm bringing the whole church.
SDS Promotion.
You win some, you lose some. But you live to fight another day.
I got the whole Christian congregation behind me.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
In Jesus' name.
And we all know God only made one thing perfect, and that's my boxing ring.
Keem in Florida, are you available? Are you available? It's cold out here in Florida.
Hey man, y'all complaining about that little dusting you got. I seen that in the little chat.
I don't know.
That's
where
why I had
Keem
to show
found
you
snow.
the pictures. Like, man, I was out at 4 a.m. shoveling. I'm gonna have to go back out and shovel to get back out. I ain't trying to hear that. 30 degrees in a little dusting.
I don't know where Keem found. I think that was Keem. You know, he does.
He does the H. Nah, I'm just giving him shit. I know he do the HVAC.
I know
he up on the
probably-
roof, but I mean, I was driving through like unplowed roads, 4 inches of snow in the little Kia, man.
Yeah, man, you gotta be careful out there for real. Them snowstorms are serious. But Keem is not available, which means we're going back to CYP. My bad, champ. Forgot about you. Got caught up in them super chats. You available? You available? CYP, you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. CYP, 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 CYP. All right, we going to super chat. Uh-oh. Is Jonathan Sims again? You out here wilding, chat. Come on, man. Come on, chat. He said we going back to back. Play it again. Come on, chat.
Let's go.
You about to have my ears blown out. Oh, why? CYP, what up? Come in between this intro. They trying to go back to back on the intros. We gotta have have a little balance.
All right, listen to this shit. You know, Caleb Plant won his belt against Jose Ustaski. Everybody knows that. Okay. Who beat Jose Ustaski for his first loss and knocked him down twice in that fight? You wouldn't even guess this shit. You know who was?
Who was?
Matthew Korobov.
Yeah.
That's the dude who whipped Ustaski's ass, who later on became champion, right? The same dude that Charlo fought on short notice and whitewashed his ass, damn near won every round.
But Korobov didn't become champion, right?
Of course not. Oh. We give Caleb Plant so much credit for beating a dude who already was beat by Charlo opponent. Like, but it matters so much. So what the fuck if Korobov whipping Ustaski ass, Ustaski's not really on Charlo level. Like, I find it funny that y'all give Jacobs so much credit. And I think Jacobs is a very good fighter, but not a great fighter. Jacobs is no better than Charlo. And Jacobs took Triple G and Canelo to very, very close fights. 1 round away from a draw with Canelo and a very close fight with Triple G. But Canelo didn't whoop Daniel Jacobs' ass. He didn't whoop his ass. But y'all calling in talking about, Charlo get his ass whooped by Canelo. Stop the games. I know y'all don't like Charlo, but don't say nothing that's going to make you look stupid in the end. I'm trying to save y'all from looking like dummies. I'm trying to sprinkle some CYP on y'all where y'all can make this show make y'all look good and make y'all look like y'all know what the fuck y'all talking about instead of it always making y'all look like haters and weirdos. Stop letting your emotions over-exaggerate your picks. Canelo ain't whooping Charlo ass. 50-50, 60-40, whatever. He ain't whooping his ass. Calm that dumb shit down. CYP out.
Yeah, I don't know about whooping ass or nothing like that. But the overwhelming consensus is that he gets stopped, so I don't know. And also, Ustadegi, regardless of loss, he was on the upside. You know, he had a very good fight with Andre Durrell, was it? But let me double check. You said it was Tatagi, so we'll go backwards. There we go. And but Uztatagi was also considered a puncher, you know. And let's see here. Who's this? Can't right now, Mr. Nipper. Where we at? Oh, it's Tatagi. Here we go. So, it was Andre, not Anthony. I don't know if I said Anthony. And he had the 2 fights, obviously, because he beat Andre Durrell in that first fight, and that's when his trainer cousin, you know, jumped in the ring and hooked off on Uztatagi. So he had to have the rematch, you know, for the belt again, and he beat him again, stopped him. You know what I'm saying? And then Plant went in there with him. And again, because of those 2 fights with Durrell, the way that he had Durrell punch drunk, he was considered a little puncher. He also stopped Julian Jackson. Obviously, granted, is above Julian Jackson's original fighting weight. I think he started his career at 45. Julius Jackson, which is the son, right, of Julian, no? Right? Let me double check the face. Yep, yes it is, the chef. And, you know, again, considered a puncher. Derek Finley from Philly, another durable dude, stopped him. So he was considered a puncher, and people, you know, didn't have Plant as the favorite either. You know, you can't take that away from them. He was not the favorite in that fight. So as the underdog, he went in there and dropped Uztatagi 2 times. So, yeah, I wouldn't take that away with him. I mean, I get the whole common opponent in Korobov for Charlo, but Uztatagi went into that fight with momentum at the very least. You know, good momentum too. Majimbe, I know you counterpunch, but your regular call is up if you available and want it. Majimbe. We got Paul Jimenez on the counterpunch, on the super chat that says, oh, wow, these guys. I'm like, who the fuck is Charlotte? But that's a play on words. Charlotte is very athletic, but Canelo's strength and power will be too much for 10 rounds. Well, it's a 12-round fight, but I get you. I guess you also could mean he's stopping him in 12 or 10, excuse me. Go ahead, Adrian.
I got a few things I got to do. I got to get some things squared away before I go to California. Champ. So
do your thing, player.
But I just want to shout out to the community. I usually don't ask for much, but I'm going to start a GoFundMe for my fighter, Kevin. He's just a 16-year-old kid. He's trying to get to the Nationals, and that's all basically on him and his parents. Kevin isn't rich, so anything that you guys could help out with once I set up the GoFundMe would be much appreciated. He's an exciting fighter. I'm going to post some footage of his sparring up on my social media, so come check it out.
Footage?
What's up?
You got landscape footage? Or is it like up and down footage?
I don't know. I took it with the iPhone, though, so it won't look like shit.
But is it like, did you turn your phone or did you just record like?
I recorded it straight up.
Like this. So you were like this, not like this?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. No. I mean, if you get some footage like this, we can upload it to the YouTube channel and put the GoFundMe link in the description. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah. When we get some more sparring and stuff, I'll get that because we're going to travel to some other gyms and stuff and get some sparring before Silver Gloves. But he's going to be a national champion. You know, I'm proud of him. And he's going to be a future professional fighter. So he's going to be someone y'all need to watch out for at some point.
Hey, man.
But I'm at Black Man Jones on Instagram and just my name, Adrian Rowan, on Facebook. Y'all have a good one, TBV. Keep up the boxing talk. Thanks for having me on, Ness.
You already know, champ. I got Mr. Rivera. What is up? Are you available? All right. That is a no. Boomerang. Actually, Stainless there? Stainless dropped off. Shit. All right. Well, then we got Boomerang, Jazz Club Poppy. All right.
Fuck with that nickname, Ness. Too many Brandons on here.
I mean, I guess, you know, I wouldn't expect that to be a nickname, but all right.
Some player shit, man. If you know, you know.
I hear you.
But yeah, I ain't really got too much to add to this topic. Like I said, put them in the ring. They guys ain't did no less than the other guys that got the fight, but Canelo gonna stop both of them, Charlo and Andre. Canelo cannot be fucked with, man. Unless he moves to like 175 or heavyweight or something. I can't see nobody fucking with him right now. So shout out to the Dolce and Gabbana pajama wearing king of boxing. I wish I could be like him one day. Private jets and Dolce all the time. Fly shit up. That's my call.
J Matt, counterpunch. I mean, boomerang. Shout out to Jordan Baker.
Shout out to Brandon. I mean, he still have trouble in the morning identifying himself. I'm sure he's gonna paint his skin, dye his hair red, and just put the little black dots all over his face. Hey, don't forget the computer all too at the same time. All them bumps on your back and shit like that. Hey, nah, man. All these dudes keep saying Canelo gonna knock these dudes out. It's the same reason why he need to make the fight with these dudes. He been avoiding Andrade for over 6-7 years. You actually have an interview when Andrade called this man a bitch, everything out of his name, and Canelo has done nothing about it. And the best thing he can come with is he's a horrible fighter. That horrible fighter is still undefeated, and they held 2 belts in 2 different weight classes. Canelo done competed at, and y'all give him excuses for why he didn't fight him. And he's on record personally ducking Andrade and Charlo when he took the WWE franchise title. So make all these excuses to tell him about he gonna knock him out. But he ain't gonna never knock him out because his scary ass ain't in the ring. That's my
All right. I got Boxing King 22 celebrates 11 months of membership and says that he's been listening for 10 years. You a fucking champ, man. You got the fucking gold star. You got the blue check mark. You are the G, man. You were the OG Bobby Johnson of this shit, man. Shout out to you. Appreciate you like a mojo, man. Each and every one of you, obviously, man. I love what I do, and I love that you guys listen and rock out. I got to go, but we might have this Tank show, man. Shout out to my sources. # sources. Y'all know who it is. We're going to see what he sent me and put it together. Today's Monday, even though every day is Friday. Shout out to Jermaine Ortiz for coming on the show. Don't forget to check out that show box. I don't even know when Jermaine fights, but I told y'all already. Let me look him up. Jermaine Ortiz, because that's a nice triple header, man. Don't sleep on that, fellas. Don't sleep. That's happening. Oh, we got time. That's happening February 18th after Valentine's. Treat your lady right. Take her out, Nest GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. Let me see. Make sure. My Gene Bed Boomerang and your first call. You never took it. Go on one time. Holla at me, fams.
Appreciate you always here for us. Man, it makes the day go by smoothly. So shout out to you, champ.
Appreciate you.
Great show.
Appreciate you. We're gonna keep grinding, keep working. One day, if I don't get that studio, we gonna definitely, get a bigger office that has a bathroom. It's an art with me now, right? Like I've learned how to, because I drink like 3-4 bottles of water, so I've learned how to not have to go, but I definitely need to go. And I hear that's not good, to be holding it, but I don't got no fucking body. I hate going to a intro intermission, but I guess from now on, we can always use Davidian as the intermission, even though it's not long enough for me to make it to the bathroom and back, bro. But shout out to Jonathan Sims, who paid to hear this yet again.
I'm healthy, strong, and about to knock Earl Spence out in Jesus' name. I'm bringing the whole church.
SDS Promotions.
You win some, you lose some. But you live and fight another day.
I got the whole Christian congregation behind me.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
In Jesus' name.
And we all know God only made one thing perfect, and that's my boxing ring.
Big Fish Vega counterpunch availabilities. He's saying he's ready. Let's do it. Shout out to Luis Reyes. From your lips to God's ears, champ. We want to get it done.
Hey, man, big ups to the Big Fish Mafia, man. All of us hold our own against anybody back here. Big Fish Davidians definitely got the fire intro. Only 2 weeks in last year, and you see the waves it make, man. You got Hey Benitez, you got J-Wack, and you got Brandon, No Ladies Maurice, just talking down on him, man. That just shows you, what right we doing. But like I was trying to say, man, I'm in the gym all week. I'm ready for my fight, Border Wars, man. Did that dude sign up, that chubby weight looking guy?
The guy I sent you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He like 250 pounds. All right, so we man, like I said, man, like Big Fish Mafia, we want all the smoke, all gas, no break, man. So I guess you can pen us in. I'm ready at 160. If you can make the weight, I hope so, man. I hope he can make the weight. He's a pretty heavy dude, but I'm going to handle my business in the back call, on the show, and in the ring, man. Y'all have a good one.
All right. Jonathan Sims, that is overusage of the gracefulness, and I'm not being greedy here. I'm just saying if I do that for you, everybody's gonna want that, and we'd be here listening to intros forever, just slightly forever, right? So I don't know, but. He does want to hear the intro one more time, fellas. I know. Again, like I said, overusage. But who do we got out here? Looks like we got the everybody, right? Majimbe, we get that. Everybody on the boomerangs. Yes. Nes GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. Catch me on the next one. Arrivederci.